Chapter 31-35. Just as Xiao Hua had expected, the wall of the Eye of the Sea was extremely strange. Xiao Hua activated his limited magic power, but he couldn't use any of the metal, wood, fire, or earth escape technique. "I'm going to die." Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel sorrowful when he saw the spiderweb-like spatial cracks closing in on him. "The road home is really full of thorns. I wonder if I can enter the space and accompany Xue Xue after I die." The crisis did not stop there. Within Xiao Hua's meridians, after the Earth origin was revealed, it was still somewhat different from the Fire origin from before. Near the Earth origin, layers of thick Earth attribute world spirit energy were rapidly produced, and very soon, Xiao Hua's meridians were completely blocked. Moreover, when this spiritual energy spread along his meridians, it passed through them and spread to other places. Wherever the Earth attribute heaven and Earth spiritual energy came in contact with it, it gave rise to a feeling of blockage. Damn it! Xiao Hua was once again sorrowful. Even if there were no spatial cracks, I would still turn into a stone statue, right? Oh, right. At this critical moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the situation when he collected the Fire origin. Looking at the incoming spatial cracks that were almost unavoidable, Xiao Hua couldn't help but twist his body. It was a move of the Big Dipper god Fis. This move was Xiao Hua's instinct. Even though Xiao Hua's body was very difficult to control in this spiraling sea current, he still cleverly avoided the spatial crack. The strangest thing was that when the Big Dipper god fist was used, the Earth origin was the same as the Fire origin, it also stopped. The Earth attribute heaven and Earth spiritual energy that blocked his meridians and body no longer increase. Wonderful. Xiao Hua saw that the Big Dipper god fist was effective, and his desire to live was immediately born. Without thinking about anything else, he opened his Dharma eyes and carefully looked at the spatial cracks coming one after another. Then, he used the Big Dipper god fist one move after another. Following the use of the Big Dipper god fist, the Earth origin moved again and rushed into Xiao Hua's bones at an extremely fast speed. Hiss. The pain of having his bones fused together and being separated from Xiao Hua's body appeared again. Along with the movement of the Earth origin, it attacked Xiao Hua bit by bit. Just like before, the pain caused Xiao Hua's limbs to go numb and his entire body to tremble. At this moment, aside from the countless spiderwebs in his eyes, Xiao Hua's entire heart was filled with a solemn yellow color. The dust that was as heavy as a mountain seemed to cover his heart and body. His arm, which originally had the strength of 10,000 catties, was now about to solidify. However, Xiao Hua also understood that he absolutely couldn't delay in the slightest. Not to mention that the Earth quintessence could take his life, even the spatial rift was like a sharp sword that hung above his head. He persisted like this for an unknown amount of time. He didn't know how many spatial rifts he had broken through, and he didn't know how many times he had used the Big Dipper divine fist. The origin of Earth continued to flow in Xiao Hua's bones. With every inch it passed, Xiao Hua's bones, which had already returned to their original grey color, would once again turn orange. This orange color was extremely bright and very uniform. In the end, all of Xiao Hua's bones had already turned completely orange. This orange color was very gorgeous and revealed an incomparable heaviness. Woo! A strange sound that resounded through the world came from the sea eye. At this moment, Xiao Hua's Dharma eye was already extremely tired and could no longer open. However, before closing it, Xiao Hua took one last look. In front of him was no longer an endless grey spiderweb, but billions of tiny grey dots. Every grey dot was the size of a thumb, and every grey dot was in the shape of a rotating vortex. Xiao Hua stopped using the Big Dipper divine fist. He was astonished in his heart. What is this? Just as this astonishment appeared in his heart, a kind of uncontrollable fear arose in his heart. He couldn't help but look towards the depths of these billions of grey dots. Gradually, at a certain place, that grey dot was completely black. This pitch-black dot was wriggling like millions of maggots. It was extremely strange. However, before Xiao Hua could take a closer look, countless attacks that were 10 times more tyrannical than Xiao Hua's soul stab rushed towards him like a violent storm. A rumbling sound came from Xiao Hua's Niwen palace. Ah! Xiao Hua screamed and immediately fainted. The innate divine restrictions outside his Niwan palace emitted a faint golden light. The 360 innate divine restrictions slowly rotated. Those attacks that were similar to Soul Stab, but were countless times more powerful than Soul Stab, were like a torrential downpour hitting a hard rock. However, they couldn't cause any damage to the rock. This kind of situation only happened to Xiao Hua. If it was any other cultivator, even if they had reached the tribulation passing stage, if they didn't have a special spiritual treasure or even a heaven spiritual treasure, it would be difficult for them to escape death. However, even if it was Xiao Hua, who had escaped this calamity, his Big Dipper divine fist stopped. The earth origin came out from his bones again. Endless earth spiritual chi once again filled Xiao Hua's body and meridians. Moreover, Xiao Hua's body was like a fallen leaf, rapidly shrinking. He casually floated into the billions of grey dots and disappeared. When Xiao Hua's body fell into the grey dots, Little White Dragon's soul and Xiao Hua's two primordial spirits that were hidden in his meridians moved again. Little White Dragon hurriedly flew out. It opened its mouth and swallowed the rest of the dragon's soul. Then, it roared loudly. Sparkling lights appeared on the dragon's body. Countless strange runes appeared on the dragon's body. Little White Dragon's soul gradually grew bigger. Wu Tilda Xiao Hua's green primordial spirit made a very strange sound. It waved its soul strand as if it was reminding Little White Dragon. Then, the two primordial spirits looked at the earth origin in his bones and hurriedly rushed into Xiao Hua's mysterious dark cloud. After the two primordial spirits left, Xiao Hua's dragon-shaped primordial spirit looked at the orange color in his bones. It seemed to be thinking about something. Then, its body suddenly turned into a line and hid in his meridians. The dragon transformation art was activated again. The blocked meridians were gradually unblocked. Spinning crazily. Xiao Hua's body fell into the grey dots. This was the only ending. However, the earth origin in his body moved again after Little White Dragon's soul entered his meridians. The earth origin first passed through Xiao Hua's body. The 13200 primordial spirits that made up his body rapidly passed through. Everywhere it passed, it would condense a strand of yellow dust. After the dust was absorbed by the primordial spirits would turn orange. After these primordial spirits turned orange, they did not stop. Strand after strand of dust continued to form until these primordial spirits were blocked. Then, the earth origin seemed to be attracted by the dragon transformation art and entered his meridians again. Similar to the tempering of the fire origin, his meridians swelled inch by inch and became blocked inch by inch until his entire meridians were completely blocked. With his meridians blocked, the dragon transformation art could no longer be activated. The earth origin finally left his meridians and moved towards his heart. At this crucial moment, a faint star flame appeared in Xiao Hua's space. This star flame also had the appearance of Xiao Hua. However, the expression on its face was solemn. It was extremely different from the usual Xiao Hua's smiling face. Inside this star flame was the shape of a star core. Wasn't this star flame Xiao Hua's primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Tao starry sky? Compared to before, this star core had evolved again. It did not have the appearance of a single star, but a real starry sky. Within this starry sky, many stars were flashing with each other. This primordial spirit glanced at it and seemed to see the earth origin through space. Then, the heavenly Tao primordial spirit disappeared again. Then, in the entire space, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared. This fluctuation passed through space and rushed into Xiao Hua's body. As soon as the earth essence and fire essence came into contact with this fluctuation, they immediately produced similar fluctuations, and the previous boundless earth spirit chi was no longer produced. Thus, the earth origin sent out this fluctuation that resonated with the fluctuation in space. At the same time, it recklessly rushed into space. When the earth origin entered Xiao Hua's space, the green-robed Xiao Hua, who was refining pills, seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Go tilde the strand of spiritual fire that Xiao Hu absorbed into his space immediately appeared in front of the earth origin. With a loud bang, a yellow spiritual fire appeared beside the pure scarlet spiritual fire. This yellow spiritual fire was as pure as before, and it was actually transparent. A dignified aura that surpassed all living things was emitted from this yellow spiritual fire that did not seem to be able to sense any heat. After the spiritual fire was ignited, there was a loud rumble. The entire space began to tremble. A kind of earth-shaking tremor appeared. However, just as this tremor appeared, Xiao Hua's heavenly Tao primordial spirit appeared again. The moment this primordial spirit appeared, the earth-shaking tremor immediately stopped. The heavenly Tao primordial spirit opened its mouth and the earth origin entered it. Then, the heavenly Tao primordial spirit star flame began to rapidly sway. Following this sway, the primordial spirit expanded like a cloud. The stars in its body gradually solidified and flew into the sky. It gradually merged with the starry sky behind the 9 suns. After a moment, a kind of joy, vitality, and will that took root was born. It filled the entire space and did not calm down for a long time. The earth origin was absorbed by Xiao Hua when he was unconscious. As for himself, he fell into one of the millions of whirlpools in the Western Sea's eye. His whereabouts were unknown. Above the Western Sea, where the eye of the sea was located, thousands of miles away, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rampant. Strands and strands of dragon-like hurricanes rushed over from afar and crashed into the sea surface. Now, the place where there were no fish or seabirds within 100 miles had disappeared. A huge funnel with a radius of 1,000 miles had appeared in the Western Sea. This funnel was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Not only did the hurricanes rush in, even the surging seawater also rushed in with a roar. The seawater spiraled in and let out a deafening roar. The seabirds that flew by occasionally crashed into the funnel and immediately had their wings broken. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the fate of destruction. They fell into the bottom of the funnel, the bottom of the abyss that seemed to be only a few feet deep. If the birds were like this, then there was no need to talk about the fish. Countless small fish with glowing scales seemed to swim over along with the abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then, they fell into the whirlpool and could no longer struggle out. Of course, the fish that fell into the whirlpool all followed the current and did not know their fate in the future. There were even some strong fish that leaped up from the current as if to show off. However, this was only the last time they showed off. The fish were immediately sucked into the abyss and never looked back. -11. Chapter 31-36. After an unknown amount of time, in the sky thousands of kilometers away from the abyss, a ring of crimson light suddenly appeared. Then, the light around the ring of crimson light turned into thousands of flowers. Before the flowers could fully appear, a golden light flashed from within the ring of crimson light and an enormous creature hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. This enormous creature that suddenly appeared was actually a dragon. This dragon's body was shining with golden light, and the source of the golden light was the foot-long scales that covered the dragon's body. These scales were somewhat similar to fish scales, but there were indescribable runes that faintly flashed on them. Between each scale, there were traces of crimson flames that flashed, and the edges of the flames were almost completely black. Behind the dragon's body, the butterfly-like tail actually had traces of purple. Now that the purple had just escaped from the grey void, it was already slightly dim. Roar tilde 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 tilde. The moment the dragon appeared, its roar shook the 9 heavens. The dragon's roar was filled with anger. Looking at the dragon's head that was tens of feet long, the pair of crimson dragon horns were very eye-catching. Between the dragon horns was an extremely simple and unadorned dragon crown. The dragon crown gave off a faint golden light that covered most of the dragon's head, making it impossible to see the dragon's face. However, as the dragon roared, the golden light flashed as if it was breathing. Vaguely, one could see the ugly malevolence under the golden light. After the dragon roared angrily, it slightly waved its tail and the crimson light turned into a rainbow. The dragon followed the rainbow and charged toward the eye of the West Sea faster than a meteor. The distance of thousands of kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Woo! Seeing the situation at the eye of the sea, the dragon let out another angry roar. After the dragon circled above the eye of the West Sea for a while, The golden light around its body flashed and a figure with a dragon's head and a human's body appeared in the air. It wasn't right to call it a human's figure because this human's body was hidden under a bright yellow robe. Aside from a pair of arms that looked like human arms sticking out of the robe, what was exposed was still a pair of slender dragon claws. At the bottom of the robe was also a thick dragon tail. Like before, the dragon crown on the dragon horns still covered the face of the dragon-headed human's body, so it was impossible to see who this dragon-headed human was. Who is it? The dragon-headed humanoid roared angrily. His voice shook the sky and reverberated above the West Sea for a long time. This person clearly knew that there was no one around this time, but he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Which damned person actually suppressed the fire dragon's soul, the inheritance of my West Sea dragon palace in the sea eye of my West Sea? Which one of you should be skinned alive? How dare you take away my fire dragon's soul? If this old man knew, I would definitely hack you into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. This dragon-headed humanoid figure was actually the West Sea Dragon Palace Master. After saying that, the West Sea Dragon King still raised his hand slightly as if he had not vented his hatred. An indescribable ripple appeared from the dragon claw. Following this ripple, the seawater within 500 kilometers suddenly rose. It was as if a huge wave had suddenly rushed into the sky and lifted the West Sea Dragon King up. Then, with a loud boom, all the seawater crashed into the eye of the sea. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, and a huge crater appeared around the eye of the sea. Even the Dragon King of the West Sea's figure seemed a little ethereal in the thousands of feet of mist. However, it was only for half an hour. When the water splashed and the waves calmed down, all the seawater continued to pour into the eye of the sea. The West Sea's surface did not decrease at all. Everything was the same as before. At that moment, the West Sea Dragon King was standing even higher than before. The golden light under the dragon crown had already calmed down. I knew it. Back then, Baldy and Bien Neo wanted to borrow my sea eye of the West Sea to suppress that fellow. They definitely had other plans. I should not have agreed to it. The West Sea Dragon King muttered again. It's a pity that my royal brother has always been soft-hearted. He nodded before I even said anything. The grudge between the Taoists and the Buddhists originally had nothing to do with my dragon palace. Even if the Great Sage Temple was involved, my West Sea might not be willing to get involved. Now, that fellow actually did not get refined by the yin-yang illustration mirror. Instead, he escaped with the treasure. The most hateful thing is that I don't know if it's Baldy or Bien Neo, but he actually had designs on my fire dragon's soul. He even left it in the eye of the West Sea to suppress and refine it. The thing that I could not find even after searching the 3 continents and 4 seas was actually right under my nose. Really bullied me too much. With that, the West Sea Dragon King raged again. He raised his dragon claw again and countless amounts of seawater flowed out. However, this time, the seawater merely flowed up and then slowly retreated. It did not have the same might as before. This was because the West Sea Dragon King was filled with shock and confusion as he said, however, this is also extremely strange. Which almighty expert broke the Buddhist and demonic arrays in the eye of the West Sea? It seems like even I don't dare to recklessly try that golden crow immortal slaying demonic array. It's a pity that the heavenly secrets here have already been overturned by that fellow. Even with my ability, I am unable to find any clues. If this person has the same origin as that fellow, I'm afraid the 3 continents are going to be in chaos again. I don't know if it's that Baldy or that Bien Neo. Their methods are so brilliant. Even if I sense the aura of the fire dragon's soul, I am unable to find any concrete evidence to interrogate them. Such a huge change happened in the eye of the West Sea and the West Sea Patrol envoy actually did not sense it at all. They really deserve to die. Sigh, forget it. A good 4 seas banquet has been disrupted by someone. Royal brother and royal brother should have reached the West Sea Dragon Palace by now. It's better to discuss it with them first. As the West Sea Dragon King spoke, his figure slowly flew away. The strong suction force of the eye of the sea had no effect on him at all. He flew past it as if he was taking a stroll in the park and gradually disappeared. The West Sea Dragon King had left, But the eye of the West Sea was still not calm. After an unknown period of time, a faint Buddhist light flashed out from a water droplet in the eye of the sea. Then, from an unknown location within the water droplet, a voice that was even softer than an ant's voice rang out. Amitabha, that person, has escaped in the end. The 3 continents are going to be in chaos again. However, who was the one who saved this person? How can there be such a person in the 3 continents? Could it be that that person has comprehended the yin-yang illustrated handbook by himself? It's fine if that person left, but he just had to shatter my Buddhist edict. The fire dragon's soul that was suppressed by the Buddhist edict will definitely reveal its aura. At this moment, I am unable to calculate where the fire dragon's soul is. If it was taken away by Ao Hong, not only would it benefit the West Sea, it would also expose me. Yes, according to that person's character, there is nothing that he cannot take. He must have taken it away. How could he leave it to Ao Hong? However, that person has been suppressed by the yin-yang illustrated handbook for so many years. How could he refine the yin-yang illustrated handbook so easily? If he could reach that level, at this moment, I am afraid he would have already attacked my Thunderclap Palace, right? How could he reverse yin and yang here and make me unable to do anything? That's strange. Someone else must have saved him. Forget it, yin and yang are already in chaos and karma is entangled. I am also helpless. Let's just listen to the analysis quietly. No matter how deep the karma is, there will be a chance for it to surface sooner or later. Just like this eye of the sea that is comparable to the 9 underworld. Sigh, I would never have thought that it would actually reveal itself today. It is so many years earlier than I thought. At this moment, that faint Buddhist light suddenly flourished. A Buddha statue that was a few feet tall suddenly appeared in the eye of the sea. Of course, this Buddha statue disappeared in a flash. An extremely shocked voice came from the disappearing Buddha statue. Ayo, how is this possible? When did the future Buddha Lord descend? As the current Buddha Lord, why didn't I sense it at all? However, I have been worrying about this for more than 10,000 years. That future Buddha Lord has always been unable to appear in my nirvana. Why did I suddenly have a warning sign today? Could it be that the eye of the sea is greatly related to the future Buddha Lord? This seems to be impossible. This future Buddha Lord has actually descended, but where is he? Why did I only see a trace of it? When I look at it carefully, it is abnormally blurry and unclear. This is really strange. Since the future Buddha Lord has descended, where is my disciple? Where is he? Poor Ananda, I don't know where his obsession came from, but he actually wants to cultivate the 9 transformations golden body. I have already explained to him clearly that the 9 transformations golden body is to achieve Buddha fruit consecutively for 9 lifetimes. It is impossible to achieve 1 less lifetime. Moreover, as long as there is a trace of slack, the heavenly demon will enter the body. The good karma of the previous lifetimes will be tainted by the corresponding evil karma. In every life, the red lotus karmic fire would burn every inch of the golden body that he had cultivated, until the soul dissipates and no longer exists in this world. Not only that, every bodhisattva who cultivates the 9 transformations golden body not only has to cultivate Buddhism when he is alive, but also has to leave his obsession when he is in nirvana. Between life and death, he has to comprehend the true meaning of life and death. When he falls into the 6 paths of reincarnation, he has to keep the mirror clear. Only when he enters the body seed can he leave the Buddha route for the next lifetime. Under my protection, Ananda has now fully cultivated the 8 transformations golden body. Every time he reincarnates, he is also in my nirvana. Alas, in fact, I should have noticed it in his previous lifetime. The protection of each lifetime has caused rebellion in his heart. This kind of obsession is inevitable when the heavenly demon resides. I was only concerned about the future Buddha Lord and neglected this matter. In this lifetime, he must have used a secret technique when he was in the depths of samsara in his previous lifetime. Either he has reincarnated into other worlds, or he has already descended into the nirvana. He did not allow me to investigate and wanted to rely on his own obsession to cultivate. What a pity, fool, is cultivation really so simple? If it is like what you think, Isn't this world full of immortals and Buddhas? You have already cultivated the 8 transformations golden body, why don't you understand it? Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Ananda, you are my disciple and the number one in many rumors. This is originally an advantage, but now, it is a disaster. -11. Chapter 31-37. Amitabha, this sovereign has also become obsessed. Let's go. Even if the Buddha's shadow comes, that old dragon of the West Ocean will know. For no reason, he found a trace of truth. And this trace of truth is enough for him to follow the vine to the melon. Actually, this voice was so soft, who could see it? Even if that Buddha's shadow appeared for a moment, even if someone was really near the eye of the sea, they wouldn't be able to see it. However, after this soft voice, there was no more sound. Within the sea eye, there was only the roaring waves and the strange whimpering of the abyss. Xiao Hua didn't expect that his trip to the eye of the West Ocean would attract so much attention. He also didn't know that in the eyes of these almighty beings, there was almost no way for him to hide. Fortunately, the cultivator wrapped in the yin-yang illustrated handbook did something for his safety. Otherwise, when Xiao Hua just arrived at the boundary of the 3 continents, he would have suffered the same tragic fate as the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't think too much. He only felt a splitting headache, and his body was incomparably heavy. He couldn't even move. When he opened his eyes, everything before him was pitch black. There was also no sound in his ears. It was as if he was in an absolutely silent space. Hey! There seems to be a familiar feeling. Xiao Hua resisted an indescribable fear and thought to himself. When he tried to send out his divine sense, although his Niwan palace was protected by the innate divine restriction, his divine sense seemed to be extremely exhausted and couldn't leave his body at all. Could it be that I have to drift for many years again? Although Xiao Hua didn't know why he thought this, he couldn't help but have such a thought. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, even he was shocked because he didn't know where this thought had come from. Could it be that I've experienced this before? Xiao Hua thought to himself as he looked at the abnormally pitch-black darkness. There wasn't even a bit of starlight. Then, Xiao Hua tried to take a breath. Sure enough, there wasn't a trace of air in this pitch-black darkness. An ordinary person would definitely suffocate to death here. Damn it, I understand. Suddenly, Xiao Hua came to a realization. When did I experience this? It must be that phoenix celestial body that was trapped in the void. Earlier, regardless of whether it was Dawn Rain continent or the West Ocean, I wasn't in space, so I was naturally unable to comprehend the comprehension of the phoenix Dharma body. Now that I'm trapped in the void, I can naturally communicate with the phoenix Dharma body that's also trapped in the void. I just don't know, when will I be able to meet the phoenix Dharma body? Xiao Hua thought as he looked at the faintly discernible pitch black. He really wanted to know what the phoenix law body looked like at this moment. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua was looking at the void, a huge explosion erupted in the darkness. A brilliant ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword. The sunlight was so intense that Xiao Hua couldn't help but close his eyes. Motherfucker, this. What kind of person is this? What kind of divine ability is this? He could actually break through the void? To be able to bring. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. When had he ever seen such an almighty being with such remarkable abilities? Even the Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm and Old Wu of the Hutu Stronghold couldn't have such magical powers, right? Master, there's actually someone inside. An extremely simple and honest voice rang out in the sunlight. This. What kind of situation is this? Xiao Hua was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He saw the astonished expression of a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. This expression was even more astonished than Xiao Hua's. Before Xiao Hua could move his gaze away from this young man's face, on the other side of the young man, a lean face suddenly appeared and landed on Xiao Hua's face. His skinny face was full of wrinkles, and his 2 turbid eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. On his shriveled lips, there was a small white beard that drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a rat's tail. What was special was that between those cracked lips, There were a few large yellow and black teeth swaying in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. A kind of stench rushed out from behind those teeth. Xiao Hua almost instantly stopped breathing. However, that shocked gaze still showed in his eyes. He didn't dare to believe that an almighty being who could break through the void actually had such a wretched appearance. Hey! Sure enough, and he's still alive. A slightly hoarse voice that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life also shouted out in surprise. The old man's eyes, which seemed to be extremely astute, quickly turned in surprise and astonishment. Moreover, a faint divine sense subtly swept towards Xiao Hua. This. Xiao Hua frowned. This old man's cultivation clearly didn't match Xiao Hua's expectations. However, not only was Xiao Hua unable to move his body, his forelimbs were soft and didn't have a trace of strength. His gaze could only see the blue sky above the two people's heads and the leisurely white clouds in the sky, but he couldn't see anything else. Soul sense. Xiao Hua, who had never placed any hope in weak soul sense, suddenly woke up and hurriedly released his soul sense. When Xiao Hua saw the situation he was in, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Where did the void come from? Where did the void come from? Right now, he was just inside a large yellow crystal. His body was embedded in it, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, his body was currently naked, without an inch of clothing. However, the crystal covered most of his body, so there was nothing particularly embarrassing about it. What the old man or the young man had broken was naturally the yellow crystal. How could it be the void? Ari, that's not right. Xiao Hua was disappointed, but he suddenly woke up. This old man seems to be wearing a Daoist robe. Moreover, he's speaking in the Daoist language. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Daoist, is this the country of Shi?" "Nonsense, of course it's the country of Shi." The old man's divine sense swept over Xiao Hua's body. When he didn't see any magic power, he unhappily raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "However, you don't know magic, so you don't have the qualifications to call me fellow Daoist." Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed. That laugh was really brilliant and happy. That's right, for no reason, he passed through the eye of the Gui he see and actually entered the spatial meridian. The spatial meridian's natural formation not only killed the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators, it also broke the seal on his Niwen Palace and middle Dantian. Although he lost his gold core and Buddha's Sariya for no reason, he had been in seclusion for more than 100 years. In that strange realm, he also obtained a pile of fire essence flame crystals and the origin of earth. Especially, he also obtained the Mahavarokana Buddhist edict and the fire dragon's soul. These things couldn't be obtained in the Dawn Rain continent. These things were hidden in the eye of the West Ocean. Xiao Hua didn't need to think too much. They must be related to some ancient secrets. If he took them, wouldn't it be best if no one knew? However, not to mention the person inside the black and white cloud, even the West Ocean Patrol Deputy Inspector Shen Cheng knew about it. Maybe one day, it would be leaked out. At that time, he would definitely be hunted down. At that time, the hunt would be much more severe than the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, he had unexpectedly returned to the Dawn Rain continent without a hitch. How could those powerful cultivators chase him here? He could just treat these 100 years as a dream or a long period of seclusion. In short, everything was over. The current Xiao Hua was like an unsheathed flying sword. Wherever the sword's light pointed, would be the grudges that others should repay. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's blood was boiling, the old man's words were like a bucket of ice water splashed on Xiao Hua's head. "Yuenya, hurry up and dig this guy out of the stone, find him some clothes to wear." This old man picked him up with great difficulty from the mountain and spent a lot of effort. Make him work to repay his debt. The old man very indifferently shifted his gaze away from Xiao Hua's body. He only greedily looked at the crystal on Xiao Hua's body. It seemed that the crystal was much more valuable than Xiao Hua. He then instructed, "Moreover, it's already late. Immortal Town's Minister Lu is still waiting for us to perform a ritual for him at night. We must not delay it. Otherwise, he will have to find the bald donkey from Xiao Jin Temple in the future." The old man spoke very quickly. In the middle, there were some words that Xiao Hua couldn't understand. It was extremely similar to what Xu Zhuoliang said. However, the ritual, bald donkey and other words of the Dao sect made Xiao Hua stunned. When the young man called Yuanya heard this, he didn't say much and agreed. His right hand reached beside him and at the same time, he raised his left hand. Xiao Hua's eyes swept over. It was actually a hammer that was about the size of a small millstone in his lean hand. Boom. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to ask or look more, Yuanya raised the hammer and smashed it on the crystal beside Xiao Hua's ear. Xiao Hua's ear buzzed and the fragments of the top-quality crystal also hit Xiao Hua's face. However, these fragments didn't leave any scars on Xiao Hua's face and immediately fell to the ground. Xiao Hua's head could move now. He shook it left and right and asked, Brother, may I ask if this is the Dawn Rain continent? Who knew that Yuanya looked at Xiao Hua blankly and opened his mouth to say a few words that Xiao Hua couldn't understand. This is bad. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart went cold. He looked at the somewhat blank Yuanya and raised his head with some difficulty. He wanted to ask the old man what this place was. But suddenly, he remembered something. That day, when he introduced himself to Chu Muhuan, Xu Zhuoliang and the others, he said that he was from the country of Xi. Xu Zhuoliang and the others also pointed out that there was indeed a country of Xi on the hidden immortal continent. They all thought that Xiao Hua was a cultivator from the country of Xi on the hidden immortal continent. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this country of Xi wasn't the other country of Xi. He smiled but didn't say anything. Today, Xiao Hua also understood that the country of Xi that the old man spoke of wasn't the one he asked about. Xiao Hua was miserable and didn't feel like asking anymore. -11. Chapter 31-38. Master. Yuan Ya raised his head and shouted again, as if he wanted to say something. Xiao Hua understood these two words, and his heart ached again. He hadn't heard the word master for a long time, and he couldn't help but think of Wu Hai. He thought of everything Wu Hai had done for him. Although Wu Hai was now a soul, and as the second soul in the space, his future was second only to Xue Xue, but he was no longer a living person. However, the old man seemed to be like Wu Hai, and didn't care about Yuan Ya at all. He didn't even answer him. Yuan Ya seemed to be used to all this, and when he shouted and didn't receive any response, he raised his hammer again, and hammered Xiao Hua out of the earth-yellow crystal. It had to be said that Yuan Ya's craftsmanship was really good, and it wasn't inferior to Ba Ding's skill. The earth-yellow crystal was abnormally solid, and Yuan Ya probably used a sledgehammer to hammer Xiao Hua out of the crystal more than 100 times. Except for the first hammer, which Yuan Ya didn't know Xiao Hua was inside, the other 100 hammers were very careful, and didn't touch Xiao Hua's skin at all. So much so that Yuanya even carefully left some uncut marks on Xiao Hua's waist. After Xiao Hua's legs could move again, Yuanya took out a shabby daoist robe and handed it to Xiao Hua. Then, he turned around and left. The daoist robe was very shabby, but it was washed clean, and didn't have any unpleasant smell. Xiao Hua glanced at it, and with some difficulty, he raised his hand and removed the remaining layer of crystal on his body, and put on the daoist robe. Xiao Hua was tall and thin, far taller than Yuan Ya and the old man. When he wore the daoist robe, his hands, arms, legs, and feet were exposed a lot. Ari, what's going on? Xiao Hua just raised his hand, and he felt his arm go numb, as if his arm was extremely heavy. Even when he slightly raised his leg was extremely heavy, and he couldn't move it at all. After trying to take a few seemingly stiff steps, Xiao Hua understood in his heart. The earth origin was different from the fire origin. Before Xiao Hua lost consciousness, it had already produced a lot of earth attribute spiritual energy, completely blocking Xiao Hua's meridians and body. If there was no accident, it should be the extremely pure earth attribute spiritual energy within Xiao Hua's body that caused Xiao Hua's body to be so heavy and stiff. This earth element energy is directly produced by the earth essence, just like the earth crystal yarrow milk, or even purer. As long as I can refine this energy, my cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. The toughness of his body and meridians is also extraordinary. After he understood, Xiao Hua rejoiced in his heart. Not only was this not a calamity, It could even be said to be an opportunity. Speaking of the calamity, Xiao Hua looked at the crystal stones on the ground. Obviously, these were also things that had spilled out from his body. If there was any danger in the tiny whirlpool, these crystal stones would protect him. If this is the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent, it should be on the opposite side of the Western Sea, in the east direction. It was millions of miles away from the eye of the West Ocean. That sea eye, my goodness, it's really powerful. Xiao Hua inwardly clicked his tongue. However, this place might not necessarily be the state of Shi of the hidden immortal continent. This Xiao had better seize this opportunity to successfully master the clear eyes technique. If I learn the language of the 3 continents as soon as possible, I won't have to go through so much trouble. Soon after, Xiao Hua heard the sound of footsteps again. It was Yuan Ya walking over. Seeing that Xiao Hua had already put on his daoist robe, Yuan Ya bared his teeth and smiled at Xiao Hua. Yuan Ya was a young man around 20 years old. Apart from his somewhat dark skin, somewhat sparse hair, and some scars on his face, it could be said that he was an extremely handsome young man. In particular, Yuan Ya's smile was very infectious. When he smiled, his round eyes overflowed with a kind of intimacy, causing people to feel a kind of intimacy for no reason. However, the scars on Yuan Ya's face were a bit more numerous, and some of them were even especially deep. All of a sudden, his handsomeness was shaved off a bit. Moreover, when Yuan Ya wasn't smiling, his eyes would occasionally flash with a kind of vigilance, and even a kind of threat, causing people to feel a chill in their heart. This caused Xiao Hua to be very puzzled. He didn't understand why 2 different feelings were so obvious when a person was in a different mood. After Yuan Ya finished smiling, the trace of fierceness in his eyes faintly flashed, and he said a few more words. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only understood a few words, but he didn't understand the entire sentence. Xiao Hua helplessly shook his head. Even shaking his head made Xiao Hua feel that it was somewhat difficult. Yuan Ya also didn't find it strange. He waved his hand at Xiao Hua, pointed at the crystal fragments on the ground, picked up a skull-sized crystal, and walked away first. Xiao Hua understood, so he also bent down with difficulty. He wanted to pick up a large crystal, but after trying, his arms were really sore and powerless. He could only bitterly smile, picked up 2 fist-sized crystals, and held them in his hands. Step by step, he followed Yuan Ya up the slope. Xiao Hua's location was on one side of a steep mountain road. It was a flat land several zhong in size. Below this flat land was about 10 zhong in size. It was the end of the mountain road, and there were some people on the road. On the other side of the road, about half a li away, there was a large river that one couldn't see the end of. The large river was surging with waves, and the water was very turbulent. Xiao Hua followed Yuan Ya up the slope and walked onto the mountain road. He looked up and saw that at the end of the mountain road, about 10 zhong in size, there was a small building. The faint blue bricks and blue tiles were hidden between the green pines and green cypress trees. Looking at the building in the distance, then looking at the mountain road under his feet, and then looking at Yuan Ya who was walking along the mountain road, Xiao Hua understood that Yuan Ya wanted to move the crystal into the building. Xiao Hua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a normal day, not to mention 10 zhong, even if it was 10 zhong, Xiao Hua wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention flying, even walking wouldn't be a problem, but today was different. His meridians and body were filled with earth crystal yarrow milk, and it was extremely heavy. If he climbed another 10 zhong, wouldn't he be tired to death? Go quickly, what are you dawdling for? The old man's impatient words came from behind Xiao Hua. When he saw the 2 fist-sized crystals in Xiao Hua's hands, he sneered again. One look and I can tell that you're not an honest person. You actually know how to slack off. Why did they send you here? Remember, this is an opportunity that this old man gave you. You paid such a big price. If you want to complete the mission, you have to work honestly. If you're so negligent, when will you be able to move these crystals into the Daoist temple? If other people know about these things, not to mention this old man, even you won't be able to live. If you don't move these crystals into the Daoist temple today, Don't think about eating dinner. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Hua to reply, the old man hurriedly walked past Xiao Hua and hurriedly walked away. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This old man's words were the exact opposite of Yuan Ya's. He could understand most of it, and only a small part of it he didn't know. Of course, he could still understand the main meaning. Did this person make a mistake? What mission? What? He seems to suspect that I deliberately approached him. Also, what is a Daoist temple? Xiao Hua's heart was filled with doubts. He was also curious about the old man and Yuan Ya. Forget it, I can't go anywhere. Why don't I just stay here? First, I'll refine the earth crystal yarrow milk in my meridians and body. When I regain my freedom, I'll go to paradise. Xiao Hua thought and felt relieved. Step by step, he walked towards the Daoist temple. With every step, he circulated the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique in his body. Just as Xiao Hua circulated these two secret techniques, he discovered that not only had the heavenly infusion technique entered a new stage, even the dragon transformation incantation, which had been dormant for a long time, had entered the second stage of cultivation. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He carefully sensed the changes. After the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique entered the second stage of cultivation, there were obvious changes. Previously, no matter which secret technique it was, they all refined the spiritual energy and turned it into true qi or even true essence for the dantian and golden core to use. Now, the two secret techniques were also refining the spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy did not flow into the meridians and dantian. Instead, it was used by the meridians and body. In other words, the dragon transformation incantation was used to refine the meridians, while the heavenly infusion technique was used to refine the body. Good Xiao Hua was even more delighted. This dragon transformation incantation is used by yarrow cultivators to transform into dragons. When cultivated to the extreme, I can definitely transform into a dragon. I don't really need to transform my meridians into dragons. However, if I can open up all the meridians in my body and refine them into a whole, connecting my middle and lower dantian, wouldn't my cultivation reach a whole new level? Moreover, although I've been refining my body, I always feel that it's weak. With the heavenly infusion technique, won't my body be strengthened? Thinking about what happened to Xu Zhuoliang and the others, the body is really important in the three continent. Xiao Hua's idea was extremely good. He could take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. However, it was extremely difficult to do it. Without divine will and Buddhist awareness, without true energy and true essence, relying only on the two secret techniques to completely block the meridians and body, it would be difficult to complete the earth crystal yarrow milk if one did not have great willpower. Xiao Hua was either stingy or easily soft-hearted. However, his biggest advantage was his willpower. Once he set his mind on something, he would always be able to do it to the extreme. Step by step, he walked to the middle of the mountain path. Yuan Ya had already turned around and went straight down. His meridians and body had finally refined the first strand of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was very strange. It was not ordinary true energy. Instead, it was a kind of indescribable strand. It easily entered the meridians and body and could no longer be found. Seeing Xiao Hua holding two crystals in his hands and walking with such difficulty, Yuan Ya frowned. However, he did not say anything. When Xiao Hua was about to reach the Daoist temple, Yuan Ya caught up with him again. However, he was carrying a crystal that was about the same size as his hammer on his shoulder. Not bad, this kid has some strength. Xiao Hua glanced at him and praised in his heart. -11. Chapter 31-39. Yuan Ya quickly passed Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua arrived in front of the Daoist temple, Yuan Ya quickly walked out of the Daoist temple and walked down the mountain path. When Yuan Ya walked past him, Xiao Hua raised his head and carefully looked at the Daoist temple that the old man had mentioned. This Daoist temple was extremely dilapidated. It was far from the green bricks and green tiles that Xiao Hua had seen from afar. The so-called beauty came from a distance, and it was also because of the green surrounding the Daoist temple. At the front of the Daoist temple was a small dilapidated decorated archway. The decorated archway was only a few feet wide and 2 feet tall. There was no color on it, only black stains and spots of rust from the wind and rain. Directly above the decorated archway was an even more dilapidated plaque. The writing on it was abnormally blurry. Xiao Hua looked at it a few times, but he couldn't tell what was written. Behind the decorated archway was a small courtyard. There was a door that was a few feet shorter than the decorated archway. At this time, the door was half closed. On the red wooden door, there were a few broken gaps that let in some light. Because of the withered paint, it was like the scales of a fish, densely packed together. Xiao Hua pushed open the wooden door, making a sound. The door's axle clearly hadn't been oiled for a long time. Behind the wooden door was a screen wall that had almost collapsed. However, it blocked Xiao Hua's line of sight, so he couldn't see the situation in the courtyard. When Xiao Hua turned around the screen wall and saw everything inside the Daoist temple, he couldn't help but sigh. This Daoist temple was only a few dozen feet tall. In the courtyard, there was a rather large pine tree that took up most of the courtyard. Behind the pine tree was a main hall. Inside, there was a strange statue. This statue was 3 feet tall and only had half a face. It had a green face and red lips. It seemed to be holding a treasured sword in its hand, but only the sword hilt remained. This statue was the same as the wooden door at the mountain gate. The painted sculptures around it had fallen off, revealing many parts of the black-grey wood. In front of the statue was a small table with 3 fist-sized red candles. However, at this time, these red candles were extinguished and not lit. In front of the table were 2 praying mats. One was placed in the center, and the other was slightly behind, far away from the statue. On the west side of the main hall was a small hall. Unfortunately, there was no statue inside, only a table and half a broken red candle. There were rooms on both sides of the main hall. In the west wing, there were several statues enshrined from north to south. Unfortunately, the statues were much more damaged than those in the main hall. It was almost impossible to tell what the statues looked like. There weren't any statues in the east wing. Instead, it was a clean living quarters. At this moment, the old man was busily pacing back and forth inside. From time to time, there would be some crisp sounds of bells ringing out. Xiao Hua scanned the room with his soul sense. He knew that Yuan Ya had placed the crystals around the worn-out statues in the west wing. Xiao Hua slowly walked over to the west wing and tossed the crystals inside. Then, Xiao Hua thought for a moment, turned around and walked out of the west wing. He was about to walk out of the Daoist temple to get the crystal. At this moment, a dang-dang sound, a strange sound, and footsteps came from the west wing. Xiao Hua looked up and saw the old man walking out of the room. Seeing the old man's attire, Xiao Hua was stunned. The old man had already changed into a new Daoist robe. On his head, there was a hat that looked like a Daoist crown. Unfortunately, the color of the hat was different from the Daoist robe. It looked a bit awkward. The old man was holding 2 things in his hands. In his left hand was a bell wrapped in velvet, which made no sound. In his right hand was a bamboo pole more than 10 feet long. On the top of the bamboo pole was a small brown cloth banner with the word Dao written on it. The strange sound came from the bamboo pole hitting the ground. As for the old man's body, other than a yellow cloth bag on his left shoulder, there was also a peachwood sword on his back. Chimpage. The old man saw that Xiao Hua was still standing in the courtyard and snorted. The bamboo pole paused for a moment before he said, "This old man is going to take Yuan Ya out. Today, you will move those stones from the foot of the mountain to here. Remember, you are not allowed to eat until you finish moving them." Dao. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a dignified cultivator. Although he had fallen into a difficult situation, but how could he rely on moving stones to make a living? Besides, did he know this old man? Even if he wanted to make a living, was there a need to stay in this cramped Daoist temple? Besides, he had come out of the spirit stone without any injuries. Moreover, he was still alive. Clearly, he was a different person. Why couldn't this old man see him? On the contrary, he didn't seem to be afraid of him. Not only was he not respectful, he even seemed to loathe him. He only said that he had some task to complete. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua said the word Dao, the old man impatiently waved his hand and said, "Call this old man a Daoist priest. I don't know where you learned this Daoist from, and where you come from. You inexplicably let this old man run into you. Really unlucky." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Hua to reply and walked out of the Daoist temple with large strides. Looking at the old man's appearance, he had a rather imposing appearance. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, but when he heard the last few words of this so-called Daoist priest that he couldn't understand, he still shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it. No matter what, he said that he hacked me out of the spirit stone. There should be some karma. No matter how the old man misunderstands, this Xiao will first move the stones. After I finish moving the stones, this Xiao will leave." Thinking this, Xiao Hua slowly moved step by step to the dilapidated entrance of the Daoist temple. This incomparably heavy body really made Xiao Hua uncomfortable. Compared to the carefree and unrestrained feeling he had in the past, it was really like heaven and earth. Xiao Hua had just moved out of the mountain gate when he heard the old man in the distance shouting, "Why, hurry, hurry, throw this thing to that kid." The matter of Minister Lu's family, this old man thought for a moment and decided that it would be better to go there as soon as possible. He is an influential person in town. It's rare for him to send someone 3 days early to invite this old man. No matter what, this old man has to give him some face, right? Yes, master. In this short period of time, Yuan Yue had already reached 30% of the mountain path. Looking at his master who was rushing towards him, he agreed without hesitation. Xiao Hua actually understood Yuan Yue's words. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. In his mind, the honest and considerate face of Xiong Yang unconsciously appeared. This master and disciple pair is actually somewhat interesting. Xiao Hua originally had the intention to leave, but his brows relaxed again. He said with a smile, "Sending Liu Er to paradise is actually not that urgent. As the ancient saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. This Xiao is currently struggling to move forward. Even if I have the heart, I am powerless. Refining the earth crystal yarrow milk in my body would take several years. Rather than hiding in the immortal cave and bitterly cultivating, it would be better to follow this master and disciple pair and see the hearts of the people in this ancient town. Reading about the various states of the hidden immortal continent might be somewhat beneficial for pregnancy." Speaking of pregnancy, Xiao Hua's face became somewhat gloomy again. It seems that he has never heard of a cultivator who lost their golden core while cultivating, right? Right now, although he had just started to refine the earth crystal yarrow milk, Xiao Hua felt that there would still be a small amount of true qi flowing into his lower dantian. However, the invisible golden core in his lower dantian was like a bottomless pool. No matter how much true qi and true essence entered, it would not be able to contain it. Xiao Hua was afraid that one day, this golden core would mysteriously explode. Of course, that step seems to be too early. This Xiao Hua thought as he slowly walked down the mountain path. However, this mountain path has always been easy to go up, but difficult to go down. Right now, Xiao Hua's hands and feet were not easy to control. Just as he walked a few steps, his foot slipped, and a majestic late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with half a foot in the nascent soul realm actually rolled down the mountain path like a gourd. Damn it, really shameful. Xiao Hua almost cried out. He was almost 200 years old, yet he still made a fool of himself like this. Fortunately, there will be no one on this mountain path. That so-called Daoist priest and Yuanya also just left. At worst, he would roll down halfway and stop at the side of the road. At worst, he would fall into the river again. He was not even afraid of the magnificent West Sea. Why would he be afraid of this? This matter was also a coincidence. Xiao Hua's rolling gourd was not as weak as Xiao Hua thought. He actually kept rolling down without stopping at all. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, he would really roll down the mountain path at the bottom of the mountain. Who? Just when Xiao Hua was feeling extremely depressed and was thinking about how to stop, he heard a roar that sounded like a wild beast. Immediately after, Xiao Hua felt a huge force blocking him. Xiao Hua's body was pushed down a few feet by this huge force before he finally stopped. When Xiao Hua looked up, he saw that it was Yuanya who had just left. He did not know when he had returned. Yuanya used his hand to block himself, but his arm was cut a few feet on the ground and was already badly mutilated. "Are you okay?" Although Yuanya's words were short, Xiao Hua did not understand. However, seeing the smile in Yuanya's eyes, as well as that trace of concern, Xiao Hua's heart warmed. What he understood in his heart was that his body was covered in earth crystal yarrow milk. If he felt incomparably heavy, then how heavy was his body? Of course, it could not be counted like this. However, even if it was not earth crystal yarrow milk, how big was the force of his fall when he rolled down a few hundred feet? If Yuanya did not have great strength, perhaps he would also be pushed down the mountain path, right? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. When Yuanya saw this, the concern on his face disappeared and returned to indifference. A kind of natural vigilance appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, Yuanya stretched out his hands and cut a few times on the mountain path. His hands were covered in dirt and dust. In front of Xiao Hua, he rubbed his hands on his left and right arms. The dirt and dust really blocked the bleeding places. In a moment, the yellow dirt and dust turned brown and gradually condensed. Xiao Hua was shocked. He had never thought that injuries could be treated like this. However, Yuanya did not pay attention to Xiao Hua's shock. He rubbed his hands on his Taoist robe a few times, nimbly took out an oil bag from his bosom and stuffed it into Xiao Hua's hands. Then, without saying anything, he ran down the mountain. What was special was that the place where Yuanya landed was not the real mountain path, but the surrounding mountain rocks and low thorns. However, looking at Yuanya's nimble hands and feet, he was more powerful than ordinary mountain beasts. -11. Chapter 3140. This. Xiao Hua lifted his leg and wanted to chase after Yuanya, but he felt the weight on his left leg and smiled bitterly again. He couldn't even walk properly, how could he chase after him? Xiao Hua lowered his head and looked at the oil bag in his hand. Although Yuanya had rubbed off the dust on his hand, there were still a few dust stains on the oil bag. However, the dust stains couldn't hide the faint meat fragrance from the oil bag and Xiao Hua's gratitude. Yes, it was a kind of gratitude. Although Xiao Hua wouldn't eat the meat in the oil bag, he had accepted Yuanya's enthusiasm. Xiao Hua slid down the mountain path. Although he wouldn't be injured and wouldn't lose his life, Yuanya didn't know that Yuanya had already saved Xiao Hua's life. Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel grateful. How interesting. Xiao Hua smiled and opened the oil bag with interest. Inside was a coarse flatbread. Inside the flatbread were some vegetables that had lost their freshness and a piece of fatty meat. There were some black oil stains on the meat and it also didn't look fresh. Needless to say, Xiao Hua knew that Yuanya must have been unwilling to eat this flatbread for a few days. Today, he actually left it for him. Xiao Hua accepted Yuanya's kindness, but to let him eat this flatbread, he really couldn't. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then wrapped the flatbread again and put it into his arms. Then, he walked to the flat slope not far from here and looked at the scattered crystals. He smiled and said, "These are more precious than the best quality spirit stones. Which one of them wouldn't be worth tens of thousands of silver taels? What kind of ritual is this for Minister Lu? By the way, what is the ritual?" Thinking, Xiao Hua released his mind and put all the crystals into the space. Then, he pinched his chin and looked at the Taoist temple dozens of feet above. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea of using magic to fly up and carefully walked up step by step. After entering the small Daoist temple, Xiao Hua walked to the west wing and threw out all of the crystals without missing a single one. Then, he walked to the main hall and sat on the praying mat. He let out a long breath and then closed his eyes and sent his mind into the mysterious dark clouds. For some unknown reason, Xiao Hua's divine sense was exhausted. Even the Buddha's consciousness that was protected by the innate divine restriction in his Niwan palace was also exhausted. Although Xiao Hua wanted to use his Buddha's consciousness to check on his jade eyes, he had to wait for his Buddha's consciousness to recover. Right now, Xiao Hua could only rely on his soul sense and soul technique. Xiao Hua needed to see how his primordial spirit, which had swallowed the fire dragon's soul, and how little white dragon's soul was doing. When Xiao Hua's mind entered the mysterious dark clouds, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Previously, after 100 years of bitter cultivation in the West Sea, his ninth heaven spirit origin had already reached the top of the abundant reality sky, but there was still a very short distance before he could break through to the abundant reality sky. At this time, Xiao Hua's Yuan Shen and the little white dragon had already half submerged into the top of the abundant reality sky. The tens of thousands of soul strands had already entangled with the clouds at the top. Green light flickered, and inexplicable green seal characters rolled in the clouds. It seemed that he only needed a little bit of cultivation to break through to the meridian condensing realm. But that wasn't the most important thing. What made Xiao Hua the happiest was Little White Dragon's soul. That day, when Little White Dragon was fighting the Fire Dragon's soul in the West Sea's eye, its body had already dimmed and was on the verge of dissipating. But now, Little White Dragon's soul was abnormally condensed, no different from the true dragon's soul that Xiao Hua had seen before. Moreover, Little White Dragon's body was no longer the same size as before in the abundant reality sky. Instead, it was incomparably huge, and looked to be at least several zhong thick and several thousand zhong long. Around Little White Dragon's body, the fine dragon scales were abnormally clear. There were strange patterns between each scale. Those patterns looked like runes, but they also looked like heaven runes and earth deeds. The mysteries behind them were not something Xiao Hua could understand. However, there were also traces of fire between these patterns. This fire was abnormally red, and almost black. A scorching aura and an almost tangible dragon's might filled the entire abundant reality sky. Raw Tilda hearing Xiao Hua's mind entering, Little White Dragon sensed it and let out a dragon roar. The entire abundant reality sky was resounding, and countless green seal characters fluttered in the air. Then, Little White Dragon rolled its dragon body and flew in front of Xiao Hua in an incomparably vast manner. Following Little White Dragon was Xiao Hua's primordial spirit that was comprehending soul cultivation. This primordial spirit was also different from before. Not to mention other things, just the size of several zhong was already the difference between heaven and earth compared to the previous size of several kai. It was just like a god standing in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua. Ha 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 tilde at this time, Xiao Hua's mind already had the appearance of Jade Archive Xiao Hua. He laughed loudly as he looked at the dragon head that was much larger than him, and cupped his hands. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, congratulations, your soul has finally condensed. Xiao Hua. On the huge dragon head, Little White Dragon's appearance was extremely fierce, but its tone was still gentle. Call me Little White, I like it when you call me that. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded, and then his body slowly expanded until it was the size of Little White Dragon's head. Then, he cupped his hands towards the other primordial spirit. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Congratulations to you too. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit also cupped his hands, his face expressionless as he replied. Jade Archive Xiao Hua carefully sized up this primordial spirit, and found that the appearance of this primordial spirit was very clear. It was no different from him, but countless green seal scripts were rolling slowly in its eyes, and there were no human emotions in them. Moreover, the clothes of this primordial spirit were strange as well. It was not a Daoist robe, but rather similar to those worn by millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Although the clothes covered the soul cultivator's primordial spirit, in Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes, he could see clearly that although the primordial spirit was condensed, there were still many flaws in it, and it was not complete. Perhaps only after completing the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin could this primordial spirit be truly condensed. Little White Tilda, after looking at the soul cultivator's primordial spirit, Xiao Hua said to Little White Dragon's soul, now that your soul has condensed, what do you plan to do? Transform into a dragon. Little White Dragon said without hesitation, originally, I planned to use you to seize the body of a dragon, so that I could truly leave this place. But now that I've devoured the soul of a fire dragon, although it can fulfill my long-cherished wish of transforming into a dragon, it also brings with it difficulty. This dragon soul is a true dragon, and my soul is also a true dragon's soul. An ordinary dragon's body can't bear a soul like mine, so the dragon's body can only collapse, and my soul can only dissipate along with it. The only thing I can do now is to see if the dragon clan has any secret arts that can allow me to truly transform into a dragon. The dragon clan? Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled wryly. I've just arrived in the 3 continents, and I've never seen any dragon clan, let alone know if they have any secret arts that can allow you to transform into a dragon. It doesn't matter, Little White Dragon replied, since I can encounter such an opportunity by your side, then transforming into a dragon will also bring me an opportunity. Even if I don't have such an opportunity, I'll still be free here. You don't have to be too troubled. It's best if I can encounter it, but it's fine if I can't. Millimeter. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded, then asked, do you know where the dragon clan is? What secret arts do they have? I don't know yet. Little White Dragon shook his head. Although this dragon soul contains the inheritance of a true dragon, I'm not a true dragon, so I can't obtain it. I can only slowly search for an opportunity. However, I know that the dragon clan must have a secret art that allows the dragon soul to transform into a dragon again. Alright, I understand. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded. You can cultivate here. If there's an opportunity, I'll help you keep an eye out. Many thanks. Little White Dragon didn't seem to be polite with Xiao Hua. By the way, this dragon transformation art. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought of something and asked, where did you get it? Also, Yellow Flower Ridge and Dark Flower, what's going on? I'm sorry, Xiao Hua. Little White Dragon's answer was beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. My memory was erased by someone, so the things you said are all blank in my memory. I only know that I was protecting the disciples of Yellow Flower Ridge, and I don't know anything else. Ah! Jade Archive Xiao Hua was really shocked. He thought that Little White Dragon would give him a satisfactory answer. Then, what about the cultivator who killed you? The murderer who killed my Yellow Flower Ridge? Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked again. Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. Little White Dragon immediately told him the whole story. Sure enough, although Jade Archive Xiao Hua had never seen Zun Yunzi of Shonghua sect, Fairy Ying Zhuo of Xuanyan school and Reverend Liu Shi of Chiqiao sect, he had seen the images of Zun Yunzi and Reverend Liu Shi in Tongmu City. Since the nascent soul female cultivator who could be with them, who else could it be but Fairy Ying Zhuo? With your current cultivation, you are still no match for them, Little White Dragon said indifferently. However, don't worry, after I transform into a dragon, I can help you kill the 3 of them. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't comment. You can cultivate here first. When you cultivate, I will also cultivate. Just give me a hand. All right. Little White Dragon nodded, and then hesitated slightly, whispering, I have 2 things. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. Are you willing to listen? Say it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was stunned, and looked at Little White Dragon strangely. What is it about? First of all, Little White Dragon said with some suspense, I see that there is also a primordial spirit in your meridians. How many primordial spirits do you have? If there are too many primordial spirits, there will definitely be conflicts, and it will be very troublesome in the future. I know this. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded. Now that things have come to this, there is no way to regret it. Seeing that Xiao Hua was unwilling to tell him too much, Little White Dragon didn't care, and continued, but I see that your meridians also seem to have dragon chi, and that primordial spirit has also swallowed the soul of a true dragon. In my opinion, if you can find the secret technique of transforming into a dragon, you might as well transform your meridians into a dragon like me. I am now a soul, so it is difficult for me to transform into a dragon, but your meridians are much easier. Separating your meridians and primordial spirit from your body will only be good for you. -11. Chapter 3141. How can that be? Xiao Hua shook his head. Without meridians, how can I cultivate? This absolutely can't be done. Without meridians, why can't you cultivate? Forget it, this is your business, do as you wish. Little White Dragon said, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Xiao Hua's idea of transforming one's meridians into a dragon was just a fleeting thought. He never thought that it would really be possible at this point. However, it was just as he said. Without meridians, how could the Dao sect's mana and spells be used? Isn't my cultivation journey coming to an end? The path of transforming meridians into dragons. I really don't dare to try it. That's all. Xiao Hua said. Also, Little White Dragon looked up at the clouds above its head and said, I don't know what kind of secret technique your soul is cultivating, but between these two grotto heavens, there seems to be an extremely powerful seal. This seal is enough to prevent your primordial spirit from breaking through to the next level. Ah! Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He really didn't expect that in addition to the seal in his Niwen Palace and Dantian, there was another seal in his soul. Damn it, this is a seal in my soul. What kind of old monster did I offend? Xiao Hua almost gnashed his teeth. If the old monster with the soul division sealed my Niwen Palace and Dantian, it's still acceptable. How can their magic power penetrate into my soul? They are Dao sect's cultivators. But you don't have to worry, Little White Dragon said again, if it was before, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that I have the soul of a true dragon, the heavenly fire in my soul is enough to break this seal. I have nothing to do here, so I'll cultivate while helping you break the seal, then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked. You're too polite with me. Little White Dragon blinked his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his fierce face. Hehe, you wait for me to cultivate. I'm going out, I'm in some trouble now. Xiao Hua laughed and left the mysterious clouds with Little White Dragon's dragon roar. However, after leaving the mysterious dark clouds, Xiao Hua's mood was somewhat heavy. He didn't have the mood to return to the space and returned to his physical body. Motherfucker, other people's cultivation, even if it's filled with difficulties, at least it's safe. Who is the same as this Xiao? If it wasn't the Niwen Palace that was sealed, then it was the Middle Dantian that was sealed. He had risked his life to remove the two seals, but now, a seal had appeared in his soul. This, in the end, does this even require people to cultivate? Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at the sky that was starting to brighten in the west. He was truly speechless. This Xiao's Dantian was sealed because this Xiao cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra in the past. As for the Niwen Palace being sealed, I'm afraid it has something to do with the memories. Xiao Hua frowned. But, what's the reason for the seal in the soul? Could it be that this Xiao was also a soul cultivator in the past? What's more, to be able to place a seal in the soul. Just how high of a cultivation level was that? Is it worth it for you to attack me? Forget it, forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? One step at a time. Eventually, it will surface. Xiao Hua shook his head and thought to himself. Right now, the biggest problem is to first refine the earth crystal yarrow milk. It's best if I can move freely. Immediately, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and meditated again. Time passed extremely quickly. Xiao Hua only felt that in an instant, the sky had darkened. A burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the Daoist temple. Bang! The shabby small door was suddenly knocked open by someone. Xiao Hua didn't release his soul sense. He originally thought that the unknown old man and Yuan Ye had returned. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man wearing shabby clothes. His face was filled with grief as he staggered in. He didn't even look around as he knelt in front of the main hall. Bang! 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 He kowtowed towards the tattered statue in the main hall. His mouth was even muttering sorrowful cries. His voice was extremely muffled and indistinct. Xiao Hua couldn't hear him clearly. Xiao Hua didn't know if it was because the man's face was covered in tears or because it was already late, but there wasn't any light in the main hall. Therefore, he didn't see Xiao Hua's figure at all. He kowtowed several times as if he was paying respects to Xiao Hua. Hey! Xiao Hua wanted to get up and avoid it, but clearly, his body was extremely heavy. How could he avoid it? Ari, Although I'm an ordinary person, this kowtow isn't something that can be casually accepted. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He had cultivated Buddhism for a long time and had even comprehended the way of karma. He understood it very well. Unfortunately, this man was still crying and muttering. How could he know what he was saying? Knowing that it was impossible for the other party to understand even if he spoke, Xiao Hua simply released his soul sense and swept it down the mountain. Sure enough, at the foot of the mountain, there were two young boys and girls. They were standing there and crying, not knowing what to do. In addition, there was also a woman lying there on the verge of death. She was already exhaling more than she was inhaling. Looking at the ragged clothes of the three people, Xiao Hua instantly understood. This was definitely a poor and destitute family. The mother of the two children was ill, and the father of the two children brought her to see a doctor. Either they didn't have money, or the illness was too serious and the doctor couldn't help them. The family of four in despair passed by this small Daoist temple. Perhaps the father thought of this clay statue and came up to kowtow and ask for the clay statue's protection. Xiao Hua couldn't bear to see this kind of grief. However, he didn't have any true essence at the moment. He could only rely on pulse-reading techniques to diagnose the illness. But the problem was that he wasn't a clay statue. The other party might not believe him. Moreover, other people wouldn't understand his words. Looking at this woman's appearance, she might not be able to wait until Yuan Ya and that old man return. Maybe I can give it a try. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He saw the man stand up, wipe his tears, and put on a strong face. He turned around and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua immediately took out an ordinary parasol pill from his space. He divided it into two parts and waved his hand. It landed on the man's head. Xiao Hua quietly leaned down and nestled under the statue's body. Hey! The man was stunned. He touched his head, then turned his head to look at the ground. He squatted down and used his hand to take out the parasol pill. But at this time, it was really dark. There was no moonlight. The Daoist temple was silent. Only the soft sound of the wind from the green pine tree could be heard. I am Daoist Master Xiao. I am moved by your piety. This pill will be used to save your wife. Quickly go. Xiao Hua saw the man raise his eyes and look around the Daoist temple very strangely. He raised the parasol pill to his nose and sniffed it. Unexpectedly, he was about to throw it away. Of course, although Xiao Hua didn't have any magic power, it was extremely easy for him to make his voice sound like a statue's. Ah! The man was greatly alarmed. He almost threw the parasol pill away. Although he didn't understand Xiao Hua's words, he was also blessed with good fortune. He knew that this was a gift from the gods. He muttered something and used all his strength to kowtow a few more times. Only when his forehead was bleeding did he hastily run down the Daoist temple. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel at ease. He followed with his soul sense and saw the man put the parasol pill into the woman's mouth. Unfortunately, the man didn't wait for the woman to show any improvement. He carried the woman again. The two young children each pulled a corner of the man's clothes. The four of them hastily left. Xiao Hua sighed and withdrew his soul sense. He himself didn't know whether this parasol pill would be useful to that woman or not. I'd better hurry and understand the language of the three continent. Xiao Hua finally understood what was more important than refining the earth crystal yarrow milk. After half a day of cultivation, the Buddha's soul sense in the Buddha's aura had already recovered a trace. Just this trace was already enough. Xiao Hua immersed the Buddha's soul sense into his jade eyes and carefully examined it. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like moonlight sprinkled in front of the Daoist temple. Through the green pine trees, the mottled moonlight fell in front of the main hall. The shabby mountain gate made a loud noise. A heavy footstep entered the Daoist temple. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and saw a bloated figure walking in very steadily. When he carefully looked, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything. That bloated figure was originally two people. But he saw that the old man's previously brand new Daoist robe was already somewhat torn. The Daoist crown on his head was already gone. The peachwood sword and bamboo pole were also gone. Only that cloth bag was slanted on Yuanya's shoulder. As for the old man himself, his thin body was leaning on Yuanya's shoulder. His face revealed a kind of sickly dark red. There was a large bruise above his right eye. He looked very dispirited. The old man was carried into the Daoist temple by Yuanya's shoulder. His feet didn't touch the ground at all. There were still some low muttering sounds coming from his mouth. His mouth emitted a kind of pungent smell of alcohol. He was unexpectedly drunk into a complete mess. After entering the Daoist temple, Yuanya threw the cloth bag and bamboo pole on the ground. He very quickly sent the old man to the east wing. There was no need to light a candle at all. In just a moment, the old man was served to sleep. Then, Yuanya walked out again. Those seemingly ordinary eyes in this night actually emitted a kind of extremely faint green light. Yuanya only took a glance at the Daoist temple and saw Xiao Hua in the main hall. However, he didn't hurry to go to the main hall. Instead, he quickly walked to the west wing. After looking at the oil lamp, he looked at the crystal stones in the room. Then, with a strange expression, he raised the oil lamp and went to the main hall. In the main hall, Xiao Hua was still sitting cross-legged. He looked at Yuanya with a smile. "You are hungry, right?" Yuanya put the oil lamp in front of the statue. He didn't light the candle in front of the statue. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice. Not hungry. Xiao Hua just looked at the jade eyes. He originally wanted to answer. Unfortunately, his mind moved quickly, but his mouth was slow. Yuanya didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak. He stretched out his hand and carefully took out another oil bag from his bosom. He took out an already cold bun from inside and put it in his mouth. Then, he handed the oil bag to Xiao Hua. -11. Chapter 31:42. Seeing this, Xiao Hua simply did not answer. He smiled and took the oil bun. Without using the light, Xiao Hua already saw that there were two identical buns inside. Xiao Hua laughed. He took out the previous oil bun and handed it to Yuanya along with the oil bun. He stuttered as he replied, "I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself." "Oh, you can speak." Yuanya was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand and said, "You can eat it. I already ate with master." However, as Yuanya waved his hand, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. "Ha ha ha, you can eat it yourself." Xiao Hua threw the oil bun and laughed. Seeing the oil bun being thrown over, Yuanya casually caught it with his hand. It was extremely easy for him to catch it without any signs of panic. However, Xiao Hua had already seen Yuanya's vigorous skills on the mountain road in the afternoon. He was not surprised. Then, in front of Xiao Hua, Yuanya did not wolf down the food in his hand. Instead, he carefully chewed and swallowed it slowly. It was as if every bite was delicious and every bite was not easy to obtain. When Yuanya finished the last bun, he carefully wrapped it in oil again and put it into his arms. It seemed that he would not finish all the food and would always leave some for emergencies. Then, Yuanya walked to the back of the room and stood in front of a huge water tank. He opened the lid and scooped up the ladle inside. He also took small sips of water. Then, he slowly walked to the center of the Daoist temple. He glanced at Xiao Hua, whose posture did not change at all. He jumped onto the trunk of a pine tree and used his hands and feet to climb up the tree like a monkey. He casually sat on a branch. His body swayed along with the branch, but unexpectedly, he did not fall. Yuanya raised his eyes and looked into the distance. It was outside the Daoist temple. The moonlight shone on the foothills. Then, he reached into his pocket and took out a fist-sized thing. This thing looked like a peach, but there were a few small holes on it. Yuanya put this thing to his mouth. Then, a sad whimpering sound came from this strange thing. This sobbing sound rose and fell, and it was actually very rhythmic. In the dark night, under the moonlight, it was like a gurgling stream flowing endlessly. Xiao Hua originally had a smile on his face as he listened, but after a while, he started to frown. Obviously, from this nameless piece of music, Xiao Hua could hear the bitterness and longing in Yuanya's heart. "Damn it. Ya, You still want me to sleep? I have to listen to your damn song every day. Who are you thinking about? You didn't say anything when I asked you to. If you really want to, then go look for her. If you keep playing, I'll throw your Zun into Liao River. Suddenly, the old man's angry roar came from the west wing, interrupting Yuan Ye's music. Yuan Ye didn't say anything and immediately put away the so-called Zun. Then, he used his hand to hold the back of his head and lay down on the branch to rest. Ayo, this guy is actually sleeping on a tree branch. No wonder I couldn't find his bedding in the entire Daoist temple. Xiao Hua understood from below and couldn't help but be astonished. Then, Xiao Hua blew on the oil lamp and extinguished it. He also closed his eyes and started to meditate. The entire Daoist temple was filled with the gentle sound of the wind. Outside the Daoist temple, wild insects were chirping, and thunderous snoring sounds came from the east wing. The night quickly passed. When the sun rose, Yuan Ye took advantage of the thin mist and jumped down from the tree branch. Not only did he fill the water tank with water, but he also lit a fire on a simple stove beside the water tank. He placed a small pot on top of it and began to cook porridge. While cooking porridge, Yuan Ye picked up a broom and swept the fallen leaves and dust in the Daoist temple clean. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked. Yesterday's scraped wrist and arm were already healed. Even Xiao Hua was surprised by the healing ability of Yuan Ye's body. Looking at the fire on the stove and smelling the fragrance of the rice in the small pot, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. According to the old man's weak divine sense, even if he wasn't at the foundation establishment stage, he was at the 12th layer of the qi refining stage. He should have already fasted long ago and didn't need to eat these things. Xiao Hua didn't understand why he was greedy for these things. However, Xiao Hua didn't think too much about it. He clumsily got up and slowly walked out of the Daoist temple. He looked around and walked to a small open space next to the Daoist temple. Facing the morning sun, he opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of sun essence. Then, he stretched out his hand and started to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. After Xiao Hua practiced a few times, he stopped and raised his head to look at the pine branch sticking out of the wall of the Daoist temple. He said with a smile, "Yuan Ye, do you want to learn?" Whoosh! There was the sound of the branch shaking. Yuan Ye, who was originally hiding on the branch and peeking, immediately escaped along the branch. He was even more nimble than a squirrel. Ho ho! Xiao Hua chuckled. He already knew that although this young man by the name of Yuan Ye was simple and honest, he was also extremely alert. He would give him his food, but if he wanted to talk to him, he would need to be in closer contact. Page, what's the use of a few flowery moves? That old man also got up and walked over from the wall of the Daoist temple. The bruises on his eyes were still there, making him look very strange. He coldly said, "If you're some kind of mutant, then show me a few spells. Also help this old man vent his anger." Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "I'm not some kind of mutant, and I don't know any kind of spells. I'll only stay here and return your favor, then I'll leave immediately." "Oh, you can talk," the old man said in surprise. This old man thought you had some kind of strange origin. However, if you want to get close to this old man, there's no need to deliberately give yourself the surname Xiao. This old man wants you to return my favor. It's just pure nonsense. What? I'm deliberately getting close to you? You're not mistaken, right? Xiao Hua was very surprised. He pointed at his own nose and said, "What do you have that's worth getting close to? Whether it's true or not, you know it yourself." The old man flicked his sleeve. He didn't ask Xiao Hua's name, nor did he ask about Xiao Hua's origin. He turned around and walked back to the Daoist temple. These two people are really interesting. Xiao Hua touched his nose. He was very curious. However, he also somewhat understood why this old man didn't respect him at all. Listening to this old man's words, it seemed like someone had used a similar method to get close to him before. Forget it. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to this anymore. He used both his hands and feet to start his homework under the morning sun. Now, Xiao Hua's divine sense had also recovered a bit. Under his divine sense, Xiao Hua could clearly see that his bones had already turned into an ordinary grey color. However, under the cool current of the Big Dipper God Fist, wherever it flowed, his bones would turn into a sparkling and translucent orange color. This orange color was so pure that it made Xiao Hua feel an indescribable sense of pride. Of course, wherever it flowed, a faint yellow crystal filament would be born in the orange color. Xiao Hua understood that after obtaining the origin of earth, the second layer of tempering of his bones had already been completed. He had now officially entered the third layer of tempering. His body's attribute had also changed into the metal attribute. After examining his bones, Xiao Hua looked at the traces of earth crystal yarrow milk in his body and bitterly smiled. His mind entered the space again. Everything in the space looked the same as before. After Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared, he waved his hand and the rainbow-colored conch fell into his hand. After looking at it a few times, he couldn't find any clues. Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned. He didn't know what to do with this object. Xiao Hua didn't want to tell anyone about the secrets of the space. He didn't want to tell Little Black and Little Yellow. They were his children and regarded the space as their home. Moreover, they didn't know what the space was. That Daya, if it wasn't because she was on the verge of death that day, he would never have taken her in here. Today, Daya had returned to her human form. Xiao Hua didn't dare to let her out. He still didn't have a good plan to deal with her. This conch was obviously not an ordinary object. It must be related to the dark mantra. Xiao Hua wanted to take advantage of the fact that it hadn't formed yet to throw it out. But the problem was, where should he throw it? He definitely couldn't throw it out in the wilderness. He could only put it in the spirit storage bag. However, Xiao Hua didn't know whether the spirit storage bag had any drawbacks to this conch. Forget it, I'll put it in the space first. Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and the seven-colored conch disappeared again. If there's any movement, let the green-robed boy deal with it. Oh! This spiritual fire. After putting the five-colored conch in a secret place, Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and a red and yellow spiritual fire appeared in his palm. This spiritual fire was the same as before. It was sparkling and translucent, without any impurities. It also didn't have any heat. However, beside the previous scarlet red, there was now a bit of yellow. This yellow and scarlet red were like a lotus flower on a stalk. In the middle, there was an indescribable layer of something that connected the two. I thought this spiritual fire could only be ignited by the origin of fire. Now it seems, if the origin of earth can be ignited, then the other elements of water, metal, and wood can also be ignited. In the end, wouldn't it become a five-colored spiritual fire? Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's actually much more powerful than the Lingyuzhu flame, right? Oh, that's right. Since this red-yellow spiritual fire has the earth attribute, then, it should also have the effect of dissolving the earth crystal yarrow milk, right? Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought and was about to leave with the spiritual fire. However, just as the light flashed, Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought of something and waved his hand. The jade eye that he obtained from Shen Cheng's water avoidance art appeared in his hand. He smiled and called out to the green-robed Xiao Hua, fellow Daoist, thank you for your trouble. No trouble. The green-robed Xiao Hua stopped his comprehension and looked at the jade eye in Jade Archive Xiao Hua's hand and said, I can't understand this object. Give it to the one in the Buddha's sarira. Hee hee. Jade Archive Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and came to his senses. He nodded and said, I was wrong. -11. Chapter 3143. Xiao Hua came out of the space and threw the water avoidance technique to the Buddha Sarira to comprehend. He then sent the spiritual fire into his meridians. Sure enough, with the spiritual fire, the refining of the earth crystal yarrow milk was much faster. Not only did the spiritual light gradually expand, even his meridians were gradually expanding. There was even a lot of true qi in his meridians that turned into true essence. Good. Xiao Hua almost clapped his hands. Another spiritual fire flew out and sent to the primordial spirit of his physical body. He then withdrew from his physical body. When Xiao Hua came out and opened his eyes, He immediately felt that there was a heavy object in front of his arm. His arm seemed to have a natural reaction. He slightly stretched out his arm and the heavy object was sent flying. Good Tilda, the old man's voice immediately entered Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua stopped and looked at the situation around him. He could not help but smile. Opposite him, Yuan Ya was holding a broom in his hand. He was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His robe was covered in dust. The old man was standing very far away with interest. He clapped his hands and laughed. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun had already risen 3 poles. He already understood that during the time he was in the space, Yuan Ya came to call him. He only closed his eyes and immersed himself in the Big Dipper magical fist. Yuan Ya did not know that if he wanted to wake him up, he would have to compete with his Big Dipper magical fist. Although Yuan Ya's hands and feet were very nimble and strong, compared to him, the difference was huge. Just now, before he opened his eyes, Yuan Ya should have used the broom as a weapon and was naturally sent flying by his arm. Xiao Hua stopped and said with a smile, "Yuan Ya, sorry to offend you." Yuan Ya's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. His eyebrows trembled. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he did not answer. "What is your name?" At this time, the old man opened his mouth and said, "I have seen many powerful people who could defeat Ya with their eyes closed. I have never seen anyone like you. You are the first. I am Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "How should I address you?" "I." The old man looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and replied, "Naturally, my surname is also Xiao. However, I cannot tell you my name. You can call me Spiritual Master Xiao." "What?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Your surname is also Xiao?" "Spiritual Master Xiao?" "Yeah. I am Daoist Master Xiao." The old man shrugged his shoulders. "Daoist Xiao is my Dharma name. Of course, ordinary people also call me Daoist Xiao." "Forget it." Xiao Hua was speechless. He nodded and said, "I understand, Daoist Xiao. That's right, even though Xiao Hua is Daoist Xiao in the Dawn Rain continent, but in the hidden immortal continent, this Daoist Xiao is before Xiao Hua. Go and eat." Daoist Xiao waved his hand in satisfaction. "Later, you and Ya will follow me to Longevity Town. I want to see if those bald donkeys still dare to attack me. Alas, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you move the stones in the Taoist temple yesterday. If I had brought you along, how could this old man have suffered such a huge loss?" Sweat. Xiao Hua almost wanted to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He, a grand late Jindan stage cultivator, was actually going to be this so-called Daoist Xiao's hired thug. However, Xiao Daoist priest simply ignored Xiao Hua. He turned around and returned to the Daoist temple. After Xiao Hua gave all the food to Yuan Ya, who was somewhat in awe of him, Xiao Daoist priest walked out of the east wing wearing yesterday's clothes. "How was it?" Daoist Xiao shook the ground with his bamboo pole and asked after coughing twice. "How was it?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. He turned his head to look at Yuan Ya, who was nimbly cleaning up the bowls, chopsticks and other things. "I am asking you." Daoist Xiao felt good about himself. How was this old man dressed like a Daoist? Cough cough. Xiao Hua couldn't help but cough twice. He pretended to smile and said, "Why would a Daoist like you need to dress like this? Even if you don't wear clothes, you still look like a Daoist." Hee. Daoist Xiao heard this and his face flushed red. He immediately became spirited. He stuck out his chest and said with a smile, not bad, Xiao Hua, you are indeed not bad. This old man didn't bring you out in vain. You owe this old man a favor. First reduce it by 10%. Yes, Xiao Hua laughed loudly in his heart. He couldn't help but have some thoughts. He said with a smile, no matter what, it is Daoist's favor. It is this one's fortune to be able to meet Daoist. Even if this one has returned Daoist's favor, in the future, if Daoist has any errands, please feel free to instruct me. Xiao Hua kept calling him Daoist, making Daoist Xiao radiant with joy and extremely comfortable. However, Daoist Xiao still instructed in a low voice, When Daoist calls me Daoist, cough cough, it is still a Daoist title. This old man wants to be low-key. Yes, this one understands. Daoist. Xiao Hua almost held his stomach. He looked at the ground and held back his laughter. He said in a low voice, "This one will only call Daoist in front of others." Good, good, the child is worth teaching. Daoist Xiao reached out his hand to stroke his beard. Unfortunately, the beard that was still there yesterday was gone today. Perhaps it was because of something that Xiao Hua didn't know about yesterday. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua was really choking. However, he still happily touched his still smooth face. Yes, an old thing that was almost 200 years old still had the appearance of an 18-year-old. This really made Xiao Hua arrogant enough. "Ya?" The arrogant Daoist Xiao shouted loudly, "Why haven't you tied it up yet? Can't you see that this old man and your senior brother are waiting anxiously? Look at your clumsy appearance. In the future, you should learn more from your senior brother." Sweat. Xiao Hua looked at Ya, who was washing his hands. These things, to be honest, Xiao Hua seemed to be able to do it as well. However, he hadn't done it for 100 years. If he were to do these things, he definitely wouldn't be as good as Ya. How could Ya be clumsy? In particular, this so-called Daoist Xiao suddenly took a late golden core stage cultivator as his disciple. He really had a wild imagination. Perhaps this Daoist Xiao wants to say that I am clumsy and clumsy. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Ya coming over. Ya's expression was still as calm as before. There was a sense of intimacy and vigilance, but there was no jealousy or resentment. "What are you going to do with your hammer? This old man is going to earn money. If you carry this hammer, even if someone dares to look for this old man, I'm afraid they will be scared away by you, right?" Seeing that Ya was about to walk to the corner to take the big hammer, Daoist Xiao couldn't help but scold him. "En." Ya responded and quickly walked to Daoist Xiao's side. However, when he saw that Xiao Hua was standing in front of him, he actually didn't know what to do. "Mph, hurry up and help this old man hold it." Daoist Xiao coldly snorted again. It seemed that he wasn't very satisfied with Ya. At this time, Xiao Hua hurriedly retreated a few steps, making space next to Daoist Xiao. Only then did Ya let out a sigh of relief. He walked forward a few steps, walked to where Xiao Hua was standing just now, and reached out his hand to take the bamboo pole. "Let's go." Daoist Xiao reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. He very confidently turned around, as if he was really a real person. He calmly walked out of the dilapidated mountain gate and went down the mountain. Similarly, Ya habitually followed behind Daoist Xiao. However, after walking a few steps, he thought of something and turned his head to look at Xiao Hua. He blinked his eyes and reached out his hand to take out the oil bun from last night, wanting to give it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't need to look. Naturally, he knew that it was the meat bun that Ya wasn't willing to eat in the morning. He slightly smiled, waved his hand, and hurriedly followed behind Ya. After a night of tempering and practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the morning, Xiao Hua had now somewhat adapted to the weight of his body. Although he wasn't as agile as Ya, catching up to Daoist Xiao wasn't a problem. Coming down from the top of the mountain, there was a large road. It was the place where the family of 4 stopped last night. Now, there were already some pedestrians. There were even carriages that stirred up a cloud of dust as they left. Looking at Daoist Xiao going down the mountain road, he immediately had the appearance of an expert. His eyes slightly narrowed, and from who knows where, he took out a horsetail whisk. One of his hands was placed in front of his chest, while the other hand was swinging the horsetail whisk from time to time. His mouth was muttering, "Give advice on marriage, give advice on confusion, divination to dispel the bloody light." This. Xiao Hua was originally leisurely walking behind Ya. When he heard Daoist Xiao's strange words, he almost lost his footing and fell into the dust. This and the Daoist that he thought were really too different. "Ayo, this lady." Just as Xiao Hua was tidying up his mood, a young woman just happened to walk out of the tea shed. Daoist Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly walked a few steps, raised his hand and swung the horsetail whisk, saying, "I see that your red Luan stars are moving. I'm afraid that in a few days, a good fate will come close to you, mother." Unfortunately, before Daoist Xiao even got close, a 3 or 4-year-old girl bounced out of the tea shed and said with some dissatisfaction, "Wait for a boy." Daoist Xiao's hand froze in place just like that. However, in the blink of an eye, Daoist Xiao lowered his head and looked at the girl. With a kind face, he smiled and said, "Little sister, how old are you? I see that you have a good bone structure and an outstanding appearance. In the future, you will definitely become a hero of this generation. The heavy responsibility of saving the hidden immortal continent. I'm afraid that I will have to hand it over to you. Ian, this old man has a secret manual here. It only costs 3 silver pieces. Take it, it will definitely help you in the future." While speaking, Daoist Xiao felt around in his bosom and took out a small, thin, green leather book. His gaze, however, was looking at the girl in front of him. At first, the girl was still curiously looking at Daoist Xiao, but in the end, she was so scared that she started crying. Crazy. The girl did not hesitate to scold Daoist Xiao. Kind-hearted woman. Daoist Xiao's face was magnanimous and merciful. He smiled and said, "You and I are fated people. In my hand, I have my Daoist secret manual. Now, because of fate, I, child's father." The girl shouted loudly, "What's wrong?" A burly man walked out of the tea shed with a meat bun in his mouth. His mouth was full of oil. "Someone is molesting me." The girl fiercely glared at Daoist Xiao and shouted. -11. Chapter 3144. Who is so daring? The man was furious. He looked around and his gaze landed on Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao shrank his head and took a few steps back. The secret book that he had extended was also pulled back. Quong quong. A few muffled sounds could be heard. It was the sound of a bamboo pole hitting the ground. Yuan Ye took the opportunity to take 2 steps forward. His cold eyes swept over the burly man. Yuan Ye's eyes were extremely cold. Even Xiao Hua could sense the danger within. The burly man couldn't help but shiver when Yuan Ye glared at him. He then looked at Daoist Xiao with disdain and waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't lower yourself to his level." Then, the woman picked up the baby girl and walked away with the burly man. Hee. Daoist Xiao seemed to be used to this. However, he still shrugged and said to Xiao Hua helplessly, "You see, this old man. What should I say? This old man is too low-key. They can't see through this old man's inner meaning. They can't understand the meaning behind this old man's word. Too high and too few people. Too bad, too bad." Then, the secret book was sent into one of the 2 sleeves. With a wave of his horsetail whisk, he walked forward again. Xiao Hua only had a smile on his face. He felt that it was fun. However, after he walked a few steps, he raised his eyebrows again. He turned his head and looked at the tea shed that the burly man had just walked out of. Next to the tea shed, under a large banyan tree, 2 old men were facing a chessboard and playing. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. However, Xiao Hua knew that the 2 old men's eyes weren't on the chessboard. Instead, they were looking at Daoist Xiao and Yuan Ye. How strange! Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. He looked at the 2 figures in front of him thoughtfully. He didn't understand. These 2 people. What was there to monitor? Longevity Town was a large town with a radius of tens of li. Moreover, it was next to a river. It should have been extremely prosperous. Unfortunately, the river flowed outside the town, and the current was extremely rapid, so there was no suitable place for the boats to dock. Therefore, all the boats had to dock at the town of Jishiran, which was about 100 li away from Longevity Town. This was why Jishiran Town was prosperous and Longevity Town was desolate. Of course, whether Longevity Town was desolate or not didn't affect Daoist Xiao's livelihood. Xiao Hua followed Daoist Xiao to the side of a restaurant in town. Daoist Xiao raised his eyes to look, coughed twice, and slowly walked to the intersection of the 3 main roads. He stood there proudly. Yuan Ye didn't stay idle either. He quickly placed the bamboo pole on the big tree beside Daoist Xiao and left. After a while, he returned with a small table and a chair. After Yuan Ye placed the table and chair under the big tree, Daoist Xiao slowly walked over. After sitting down, he placed the cloth bag on his shoulder on the table. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out a round bamboo tube. Inside the bamboo tube were nearly 100 thin bamboo sticks. Seeing Daoist Xiao sit down, Yuan Ye hurriedly took the bamboo pole from the tree. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. With a pu sound, the bamboo pole was forcefully stabbed into the ground. At the top of the bamboo pole, on the banner, there was a large Dao character. Looking at it, Xiao Hua was particularly dazzled. Not only that, Yuan Ye walked in front of Daoist Xiao's table and took out 2 red strips of cloth from the cloth bag. He hung them on the 2 sides of the table. When Xiao Hua looked at it, he saw that on the left and right of the cloth, there were 2 words written on it: foretelling future with mouth, foretelling good or bad luck with eyes. After doing all this, Yuan Ye walked behind Daoist Xiao and stood there, motionless. However, after a short moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Xiao Hua and hurriedly moved to the left. There was actually an empty spot. What made Xiao Hua feel even more helpless was that Daoist Xiao actually turned around and looked at him, indicating that Xiao Hua should stand behind him. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua was once again secretly happy. Even if he was a golden core cultivator. Cough, forget it. Xiao Hua only thought about it for a moment. With a smile on his face, he walked behind Daoist Xiao and stood there obediently. At this time, it was already close to noon. There were many people on the road. There were men and women, old and young. There were also some scholars holding books in their hands. There were also some wearing martial arts clothes and weapons in their hands. Of course, there was no lack of bald monks wearing monk robes. They were chanting some unknown scriptures. Their gazes were either hostile or disdainful as they swept past Xiao Hua and the other 2. Xiao Hua stood there. He was different from Yuan Ye. Yuan Ye had his eyes closed. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Hua was looking around with wide eyes. This was a fork in the road. It seemed to be a lively place in Longevity Town. There were all kinds of shops on the 3 roads. There were grocery stores, cloth stores, shoe stores, grocery stores, and so on. As long as it was something that could be used by ordinary people, it seemed that it could be bought in the shops on the street. Xiao Hua had been in Xiaoyu continent for dozens of years. Although he had been to many big cities and seen many spirit pill stores and weapon refinement stores, he had never seen these kinds of ordinary businesses. Looking at this lively scene, a kind of distant memory seemed to be slowly awakened. A few familiar faces and even familiar things slowly emerged. Not bad. Luzhen, a small town. Xiao Hua's eyes were already filled with hot tears. Similar to Longevity Town, there was a story of a hero saving a beauty. Unfortunately, these faces and things were only vague. No matter how hard Xiao Hua tried, he couldn't recall them clearly. It must be the doing of the Almighty who sealed this Xiao's soul. Xiao Hua sneered. Wait until this Xiao finds an opportunity to break this seal. Then, everything from before will be known. However, the resentment in Xiao Hua's heart didn't stop the desire in his eyes. Xiao Hua's eyes wandered around the street. He really wanted to find his own story from here. Gurgle gurgle. A sound fell into Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua looked down and saw that Daoist Xiao, who was sitting behind the table, was now somewhat restless. His butt was vigorously twisting on the chair, but his eyes were occasionally glancing at the restaurant that was only a few dozen feet away from the table. Not only was there the aroma of wine and meat drifting over, there were also many people in bright clothes going in and out. Ya? Daoist Xiao couldn't help but speak. Yes, master. Yuan Ya opened his eyes and lightly replied. Go to the bun shop and give master 2 buns on credit. Daoist Xiao instructed. Remember, I want pork and onion buns. Yes. Yuan Ya didn't say anything else and went. Xiao Hua, you're hungry too, right? Daoist Xiao asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. This one's appetite is small, so I'm not hungry for a day after eating some. Ah, that's great. Daoist Xiao said with some envy. This old man always feels like I can't eat my fill. In a while, you can eat one of the 2 buns. This old man will eat the other one first to fill my stomach. When we have a business, this old man will treat you to the Shun restaurant. Yes, thank you, master. Xiao Hua naturally saw the name of the restaurant that was next to them. Sure, keep a low profile. Don't call me master, call me Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao hurriedly said in a low voice. Yes, thank you, Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua nodded. At this moment, there was chaos on the street. A noisy voice came from afar. Quickly, quickly, the monster is here, the monster is here. Oh! Xiao Hua's ears were sharp and he had already heard it. He unconsciously looked over. About 300 meters to the right, although the street was in chaos, it wasn't the kind of panic and fear that Xiao Hua had imagined. Instead, it was a kind of chaos where people were hiding and watching the fun. The street that was originally bustling with activity became even more lively. Everyone was hiding, making way in the middle of the street. Even more people ran to the shops on the street. There were even some people who actually poked their heads out from the 2nd and 3rd floors of the tea houses and restaurants. Hehe, as expected, it's the hidden immortal continent. It's different from Lu Zhan or Xiao Yu continent. Xiao Hua looked at all of this and sighed in his heart. It seemed like he could never see the end of the 100 forms of the world. Not long after, from the middle of the street in the distance, an ugly brawny man with a height of 2 zhong walked over. This burly man's skin was coarse, and there was only one eye on his huge head. 2 emerald green tongues would stick out from the gaping hole that resembled a mouth from time to time. Although this brawny man was wearing a silk robe and looked like a human, under that robe, there were thick feet and a long tail sticking out. It was very obvious. The brawny man's single eye looked left and right, as if he didn't understand the reaction of these people. His curled tail was still casually swinging behind him. Evildor. Daoist Xiao stood up at an unknown time. He looked at the brawny man and coldly said, if someone is willing to pay money, this old man will suppress him right now. Xiao Daoist Master's voice was very loud. Not only did Xiao Hua hear it, but the people around him also heard it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was the only one who paid attention. The others seemed to have turned a deaf ear. Naturally, they wouldn't give him any money. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, that brawny man walked away. No one knew where he went, and the whole street returned to its calm state. Daoist Xiao sighed and sat down. It was obvious that he was a hero who had no place to show his skills. Master. At this time, Yuan Ye came back. However, he didn't have a meat bun in his hand. There was only a teacup filled with orange tea. The lady boss of the bun shop didn't give Disciple credit, so Disciple could only ask for a cup of tea from the tea stall for Master. Why didn't she give us credit? Wasn't the previous debt already settled yesterday? Daoist Xiao was somewhat flustered and exasperated. How could they treat this old man like this? The lady boss said. Yuan Ye didn't care about Daoist Xiao's feelings at all. He honestly replied, we owe 20 copper coins. It has already been half a year. She asked for it countless times but still couldn't get it back. In the past, she couldn't not give us credit. She was afraid that we wouldn't pay her back even a single copper coin in anger. Now that it's finally settled, she won't give us any more buns on credit. She's afraid that she won't be able to sleep well in the future. Damn it. Your hair is long and your knowledge is short. Daoist Xiao stomped his feet and fiercely said, look at how imposing this old man was when he was the king of the country. Now, it's only because I want to live longer that I changed my cultivation to immortality. Wait until this old man becomes an immortal, then it will be too late for regret. -11. Chapter 3145. When Xiao Daoist's mouth was dry from talking, he took the teacup from Yuan Ye's hand and gulped it down. Then, he passed the empty teacup back to Yuan Ye and said, tell the owner of the tea house that when I ascend to heaven, I'll definitely bring him along. Yes. Yuan Ye nodded honestly and turned around to leave. Xiao Hua was a bit worried for Yuan Ye. He didn't know if the owner of the tea store would think he was crazy and beat him out of there. Of course, Xiao Hua's worry was unnecessary. After a while, Yuan Ye came back unscathed without any awkwardness or embarrassment. However, Xiao Hua didn't doubt that Yuan Ye would repeat what he said to the owner of the tea stall. Under the scorching sun, the sound of cicadas could be heard from the banyan tree behind Xiao Hua. However, the sound of cicadas couldn't suppress the sound of Xiao Daoist's stomach, especially after he drank a big cup of tea. Strange. What's wrong with today? Xiao Daoist was obviously a bit annoyed. Normally, after sitting for so long, there would be 1 or 2 people coming over. With his silver tongue, he would at least get a few copper coins. Master, how about, we go back first? Yuan Ye understood Xiao Daoist's thoughts and reminded him in a low voice. I don't believe it. Xiao Daoist originally wanted to go back, but after hearing Yuan Ye's words, his heart was filled with anger. Will there be business today? Could it be that I will be kicked out of Longevity Town after being disturbed by the monks of Xiaojin Temple last night? Xiao Daoist, why don't you let me try? Xiao Hua said with a smile. I'm unfamiliar, maybe I can get something on credit. You. Xiao Daoist shook his head and said, you're even more unfamiliar. That year, I also dawdled for a long time before I got something on credit from the bun shop. Since I'm standing, I'll go for a walk. Maybe I'll get something. Xiao Hua smiled and looked around, then walked away. You. Xiao Daoist raised his hand to stop Xiao Hua, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't find any reason to stop him. He had only dug Xiao Hua out of the stone. He knew better than Yuan Ye what the crystal stones were. It was already good enough that Xiao Hua didn't ask him for the crystal stones. The perfunctory words he said yesterday were originally to coax Xiao Hua like how he coaxed Yuan Ye, but looking at Xiao Hua's words and actions this morning, he was not as ignorant as Yuan Ye. How could he possibly keep Xiao Hua? Could it be that this old man made a mistake? Isn't he? Daoist Xiao looked at Xiao Hua's disappearing back. Obviously, he wasn't going to the bun shop. Master Yuan Ye, who was standing at the side like a statue, opened his mouth. Why didn't you stop him? He's very powerful. Tempage, how is he powerful? Do you think only the leopards in the forest are powerful in this world? If I can beat you, then I can beat the leopard. Is that awesome? Daoist Master Xiao coldly snorted. If I were the same as before, even 10 Xiao Huas wouldn't be my match. Xiao Hua is really amazing. Yuan Ye hesitated for a moment. Those stones yesterday were not easy to move up. You think this old man doesn't know? Daoist Master Xiao snorted again. Weren't you afraid that this old man wouldn't keep Xiao Hua, so you helped him move them? It took this old man more than half an hour to organize those things. Moving them up from below, wouldn't he need to move them all by himself for the whole night? No. Yuan Ye hurriedly said. When this disciple went back, he had already done it. What? Could it be? Daoist Master Xiao frowned. Could it be that this old man made a mistake? However, when Daoist Master Xiao raised his head again, he didn't look in the direction Xiao Hua left. His eyes narrowed, as if he saw something, and he lightly said, Xiao Hua left. If he doesn't come back, then this old man admits, this old man made a mistake. No matter what, a person sealed in a stone must have an extraordinary background. If this old man, or you can form a relationship with this person, it will definitely be beneficial. In front of this kind of person, this old man's words of price are all nonsense. However, if he were to return, this fellow's origin would be thought-provoking. Tell me, what does our Jiangchao temple have? Why should we keep him here? Just based on what this old man said when I saw him? In other words, even if you chase him away, he won't leave. Master, what you are saying, this disciple doesn't understand. Yuan Ye heard Daoist Master Xiao talking to him, but it also sounded like he was talking to himself. He was really confused. Forget it. Daoist Master Xiao waved his hand and said bleakly, you really don't understand. Let's not talk about this guy's origin. What this old man wants to tell you is that in this world, other than fists and feet, there are many other mysterious methods that you have never known. Although this Xiao Hua's fists and feet are good, he is just another Yuan Ya. His meridians are completely blocked. He is not a person who can cultivate supernatural powers. To put it bluntly, he is a cripple. He is not even as good as you. Although he was chiseled out of a stone, he is still alive. This old man suspects. Forget it. Why are we talking about this again? Why am I telling you this? Follow this old man, and when you have an opportunity in the future, your luck will be 100 times better than Xiao Hua's. As he said this, Daoist Master Xiao's mouth became dry again. He waved his hand and said, "Go, give this old man another cup of tea." Yes, Master Yuan Ya raised his head and looked in the direction Xiao Hua disappeared. He had an indescribable good impression of Xiao Hua. In front of Xiao Hua, he seemed to be able to sense the safety and vastness of the wilderness he had in the past. It was much more interesting than the various kinds of people he had seen after following Daoist Xiao. Tea was naturally worthless. Not long after, Yuan Ya actually brought a teapot and teacup over from the tea house. Daoist Master Xiao knew that since 2 months ago, Yuan Ya beat up the local ruffian who blackmailed the tea house, he no longer needed to pay for his tea. This was also the reason why he didn't bring any tea. Daoist Master Xiao drank a mouthful of tea and held back his rumbling stomach. Unexpectedly, he also looked in the direction that Xiao Hua had left, which he had previously disdained to look at. In his heart, he muttered, "This Xiao Hua, just what is his background? I was in a hurry yesterday and didn't think too much about it. If he really isn't." Xiao Hua left Daoist Master Xiao and casually picked a direction to walk in. He had a smile on his face and didn't release his divine sense, Buddhist sense, or even soul sense. He just strolled along the side of the street like an ordinary mortal. Looking at the hawkers shouting, listening to the waiter calling out to him, and looking at the little boy crying on the side of the street, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. It seemed that many years ago, there was also a day in Lu Town when he also walked like this. That seems to be the end of the year, right? It seems that I met some bully. Xiao Hua's gaze was somewhat wandering, and the scene in front of him seemed to change. But at this moment, his eyes focused and looked at a place not far from him. A young child stretched out his hand and was about to use his finger to hook the emerald green purse at the waist of a woman. "Pay attention to your purse." Xiao Hua shouted for no reason. Another name appeared in his mind, Qiu Tong. When Qiu Tong's name appeared, his memories of Lu Town receded like the tide. Aside from a few remnants, there was no trace of it. Xiao Hua's shout was heard by almost half the street. The woman who was being stared at by the thief very naturally raised her hand and protected her purse. The thief could only withdraw his hand and turn his head to look at Xiao Hua, who was wearing an ill-fitting Daoist robe. His eyes were filled with shame and anger. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed and he also fiercely glared at the thief. However, Xiao Hua wasn't much older than the thief and his face wasn't fierce. The thief actually wasn't afraid and even raised his fist to threaten Xiao Hua. It was quite funny. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. His heart was filled with sunshine. He really felt that everything in this world, everything in this longevity town, was very interesting. Even a thief made him feel very cute. Seeing Xiao Hua laugh, the thief was actually a bit scared. He looked to his left and immediately ran far away. Xiao Hua ignored him and looked to his left. It was a general store. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and walked in. There were 2 shop assistants standing at the door and they had been shouting the whole time. However, when they saw Xiao Hua turn around and walk in, one of them frowned and glanced at the other shop assistant. That shop assistant gave him a look and the shop assistant immediately blocked Xiao Hua with his hand. He said with a smile, "Daoist sir, please wait." "Oh, what's wrong?" Xiao Hua was surprised. It's nothing." The shop assistant was still smiling. "My Gao Lianxing General Store is a small business and has just opened today. I don't have anything to give out. Daoist sir, please go somewhere else." "Give out?" Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He lifted his hand and pushed away the shop assistant's arm. How could this old man want your charity? Little bastard. Hearing Xiao Hua call himself an old man, the shop assistant couldn't take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeve and said angrily, "Don't be so shameless. If you want money, go somewhere else. Don't think that you are a monk. If you stay a bit longer, this old man will beat you up." Amitabha tilde. Just when Xiao Hua was frowning, a Buddhist chant came from behind him. Although Tanyu is not a monk, you still have to listen to my Buddha's teachings. You have to treat people kindly. No matter what, this is still a Daoist friend. Like this old man, he is also a monk. How can you beat him up just like that? Oh, so it's Monk Mingyu. When the shop assistant heard, his face immediately changed. He hurriedly saluted behind Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Sir, how come you have time to come to the secular world today?" Xiao Hua turned around and saw a fat white monk wearing a monk's robe standing behind him with a small alms bowl and a monk's staff in his left hand. He had a smile on his face as he stood behind him. -11. Chapter 3146. Unfortunately, this smile was the same as the shop assistant's, both with a kind of hypocrisy and sarcasm. Buddha has said, "If I don't go to hell, who will? You all have suffered in this mortal world. Although this old monk has already escaped from the sea of suffering, I still can't bear not to come and save you all. Yes, yes, the great monk is merciful. My longevity town has Xiaojin Temple. With a great master like the great monk, only then can we have a peaceful life. Those demons and ghosts don't dare to disturb us." The shop assistant's mouth was sharp, and now it was like a lotus flower blooming from his mouth. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. "The great monk must already be thirsty, please." Another shop assistant hurriedly bowed and said, "Please come to my humble store to serve tea." This Zen Master Mingyu's face showed an awkward expression. This old monk still has to rush. However, without waiting for the monk to finish, a similarly fat shopkeeper immediately rushed out of the grocery store and shouted, Zen Master, please come quickly. Last month, when I went to Xiaojin Temple to worship Buddha, I didn't receive any guidance from the great monk. Now that you've come, you must stay in my humble store for a while. This little one here has the newly arrived daughter tea from Chanu country. It was picked by a young chick who was less than 16 years old. It's this year's new tea, just right for the great monk's status. Moreover, this little one has already prepared everything for next month's visit to Xiaojin Temple. Facing the enthusiasm of the grocery store owner, Zen Master Mingyu was helpless. That fat hand pulled on his robe, he couldn't break free. He could only reluctantly say, "This old monk will only stay for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea please. Please Seeing Zen Master Mingyu relent, the grocery store owner was overjoyed. He hurriedly extended his hand to invite Zen Master Mingyu into the store. Zen Master Mingyu turned his head and asked Xiao Hua with a smile, "This fellow immortal clearly looks unfamiliar. Are you a traveling Daoist from outside? Do you want to go in with this old monk to taste the tea?" Seeing Zen Master Mingyu's flaunting expression and the grocery store owner's disdainful gaze, how could Xiao Hua go in with them? He smiled. He wouldn't lower himself to the same level as these people. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, how can the tea of the secular world enter this old man's mouth?" After saying that, he walked away. TSK. Zen Master Ming, you naturally wouldn't speak. The grocery store owner sneered and said, "I've seen many traveling Taoists like you." He was not even comparable to ordinary beggars. Beggars could at least bow and kowtow. Daoist Xiao from Jiangchao Temple can still. At this point, the grocery store owner suddenly stopped talking. Looking at Monk Mingyu's displeased expression, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, Xiao Daoist is just a wild fox Zen from some Taoist temple. It can't be compared to Master's boundless Dharma. He, fellow immortal Xiao, let's not talk about it." After being locked in a stalemate with this old monk for so long in that small Taoist temple, his illness has seeped deep into his bones and he has reached the end of the wrong path. Monk Mingyu immediately hid his displeasure. He looked at Xiao Hua's disappearing figure with pity and said, "But in this world, there are many people like that immortal friend just now. They have just stepped onto the wrong path, like a lost lamb. I can't bear to see them go further and further away. I always want to give them a reminder or a warning. Grandmaster is an expert. This little one admires you. The grocery store owner had a pious expression and respectfully welcomed monk Mingyu into the store to serve him tea. This hidden immortal continent is actually different from Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Hua also didn't take this matter to heart. While walking, he pondered, according to Xu Zhuoliang, this hidden immortal continent is where Confucian cultivators live. It is reasonable to say that Buddhist sects should avoid it. At the very least, they shouldn't be so arrogant, right? But this monk Ming Yu is openly walking around this longevity town. Moreover, from what the grocery store owner said, this small gold temple seems to be quite famous in longevity town. Those Confucian cultivators don't care. Also, these mortals in longevity town seem to have a very good impression of Buddhist sects. Even when they saw the demon just now, they weren't afraid. How is it that the mortals of Xiaoyu continent don't know the situation of Tao sects at all? It really is like the saying, the great Tao is 3,000. Not only for Tao sects, but also for Buddhist sects, Confucian cultivators, Tao sects. Amen. Even that demon seems to be within the great Tao. Xiao Hua understood, what Buddhist sects emphasize is to enter the secular world. In this secular world, one can see through the secular world and comprehend the good fortune of Buddhism. But, what about Confucian cultivators? Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua stopped. He looked at the few children who were playing around and smilingly went over to ask. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know where those Confucian cultivators were, but when the slightly older child heard Xiao Hua ask where there were scholars, he immediately became excited. He smiled and pointed to the east of Longevity Town, saying that it was inside Longevity Academy. Moreover, these children weren't afraid of strangers. They actually wanted to pull Xiao Hua's hand and bring him over. However, when Xiao Hua heard the children say that they were going to walk for an hour, he immediately waved his hand and gave each of the children a spirit jujube that didn't have enough spirit qi. Then, he turned around and walked back. He came out under the guise of buying steamed buns on credit. If he really went back for an hour, Daoist Xiao would really think that he had left. After turning the corner, there was a place that sold rice. There weren't many women going in and out, each of them carrying bamboo baskets or cloth bags. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He immediately had an idea. He looked around and walked to the side of the store. He found a shabby cloth bag and with a wave of his hand, some rice seeds fell into the bag. Then, he leisurely walked in. Not long after, Xiao Hua came out with half a string of copper coins in his hand. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Actually, not all of Longevity Town's residents are like the owner of a grocery store. Xiao Hua looked at the street in front of him and laughed in his heart. The owner of this rice shop didn't wait for this Xiao to open his mouth and immediately asked for some rice. Even if he accepted the rice, he still gave a few extra copper coins. Looking at those children just now, this world isn't as bad as this Xiao thought. Soon after, Xiao Hua started walking again. He didn't go back the way he came, he still wanted to see more of Longevity Town's situation. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated his sense of direction. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, he saw that there were fewer people on the street, more trash on the roadside, and even fewer shops on the street. Ari, I'm really successful. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over the distance. It seemed to be where people lived. He sighed and was about to release his soul sense. At this time, a pa sound rang in his ears. Following this sound was a low moaning sound, and there were even sounds of begging for mercy. These sounds were extremely soft, but in Xiao Hua's ears, they were extremely clear. Oh! Xiao Hua was astonished. He scanned with his soul sense and couldn't help but frown. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua walked across the street and entered a shabby door. He then passed through several deserted courtyards and arrived in front of a small courtyard. This courtyard was several zhong in size. There was a pile of unknown junk in the courtyard. A crooked tree that was about to die was standing in the corner of the courtyard under the scorching noon sun. At this moment, a young boy was tied to the crooked tree. Beside him were two strong men in their 30s. Their chests were open, revealing their chest hair and fat flesh. They held a stick as thick as a thumb in their hands. They were hitting the boy's head, face, and body with the stick one after another. The pa-pa sound, the low moaning, and the begging came from the boy's mouth. This boy was the one Xiao Hua saw on the street. That thief. Master, master. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to enter the courtyard, an even weaker voice came from the shabby house in the courtyard. I beg you. Spare my big brother. He hasn't eaten in 2 days. In order to treat my illness. Ha ha ha, so it's like this. Without waiting for the voice to finish speaking, an arrogant voice called out, I was wondering why Liu Jie was giving us so little money these days. So it was all given to you, this little wench. Master. The boy called Liu Jie weakly called out, I've always given you what I should. The money used to treat Xiao Yun's illness is my own money. Your own money? The other man hit Liu Jie's cheek with his stick, leaving a trace of blood on his cheek. At the same time, a stream of blood flowed from the boy's mouth. Your money is my money. It's already noon today, how come I don't see a single copper coin? What about yesterday and the day before? You don't seem to have paid enough. If you have money to treat this wild girl, why don't you give it to me? Xiao Yun isn't a wild girl. She's my little sister. The boy coldly snorted and endured the pain. Mph, she's just a bastard picked up from Liao Jiang. You still dare to lie to me and say that you're looking for your little sister. The man who hit the boy was still angry. He used all his strength to hit the boy and scolded, I didn't want to make it clear. I'll wait for you to raise her, then I'll sell her to a brothel. However, seeing how sick she is now, I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long. Third brother, why don't we? Gaga. The other man very lasciviously laughed and scolded, Second brother, how can you bear to lay your hands on such a weak and petite girl? Besides, she doesn't have any taste. What do you know? That man threw the stick in his hand to the ground. Uncle, uncle. Brother Liu yelled, Xiao Yun is only 8 years old, please let go of her. She's still very young. Xiao Hua was standing outside the courtyard listening. At this time, he couldn't hold back anymore and kicked open the half-closed door. With a bang, the door was kicked flying. Who? The two large men were greatly alarmed. When they turned around and saw that it was only an 18-year-old youngster, they unconsciously put down their guard. Especially Xiao Hua's shoddy daoist robe, which completely concealed his jade-like elegance. Where did this wild daoist come from? You don't want to live anymore? The fat on second brother's face trembled as he scolded. This daoist master, quickly leave, quickly leave. Liu Jie didn't mention that Xiao Hua had bumped into him earlier. He thought that Xiao Hua was looking for him to give him bad luck, so he anxiously shouted. -11. Chapter 3147. Since you're here, where are you going? Old San laughed. Brother Liu went and a little daoist came. Isn't this perfect? As he spoke, Old San stretched out his hand and pulled out a sharp knife from his waist. He grinned as he approached Xiao Hua. Why would Xiao Hua care about him? He raised his eyes and looked towards the end of the courtyard. Sure enough, a skinny little girl in ragged clothes was lying on the doorstep with difficulty. She raised her little head with difficulty, and on her somewhat filthy little face, there was actually an indescribable beauty. Woo! Old Third raised his sharp knife and arrived in front of Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to him, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He raised the sharp knife in his hand and attacked Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua wasn't slow. He raised his leg, looking somewhat clumsy, to kick the strong man's abdomen. However, this action was useless in the eyes of others. Old San, who was on guard at the side, immediately relaxed. Peng! With a light sound, Old Three jumped up vigorously and stretched out his leg, touching Xiao Hua's leg. The other hand holding the sharp knife didn't seem to be slow and still pierced Xiao Hua's heart. Clang! A metallic sound came from the knife. It was as if the knife stabbed a metal stone. It couldn't penetrate the flesh. Ah! Old Third was shocked. Unfortunately, before he could scream, A heart-wrenching pain came from the place where he was fighting with Xiao Hua. His fat body flew out involuntarily and crashed into the corner of the small courtyard with a boom. He rushed into a pile of junk. Old San, what happened to you? Things happened too suddenly. Old San didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. He looked at Old San, who was already unconscious. When he saw that Old Third didn't reply, and then saw the harmless Xiao Hua slowly walking over, he hurriedly flipped his hand, and a similar sharp knife appeared in his hand. He somewhat anxiously shouted, "You don't come over. You come over." As he spoke, Old San turned his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua's surroundings. He wanted to escape from here. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's movements were inconvenient, his movements were very strange. He blocked all of Old Second's possible escape routes, forcing Old Second to either go up and fight or hide in a corner. He was unable to escape towards the main entrance. Damn it, Tilda! When the second brother saw this, he somewhat staked everything on one throw and fiercely shouted as he pounced towards Xiao Hua. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. Xiao Hua waved his hand and very casually hit the second brother's chest. Pu! The second brother spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. His figure was also sent flying and fell into the pile of junk. Brother Liu was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Xiao Hua, not knowing what to say. After all, in his eyes, these two were the most powerful people in Longevity Town. When Xiao Hua walked in front of him, Liu Jie panicked and said anxiously, Big brother, I was only forced to steal the money, really." Seeing Xiao Hua's hand that sent Old Second's sturdy body flying and was about to easily grab his neck, Liu Jie's tears were about to fall. He shouted, "Big brother, it's fine if you kill me, but please don't touch my sister, Kaba." With a soft sound, the hemp rope binding Liu Jie, causing him to be unable to move, snapped like grass in Xiao Hua's hands. Liu Jie was already exhausted. He could no longer lean on the banyan tree. His body involuntarily slid down and collapsed on the ground. However, Liu Jie did not care about his own sorry state. He stared at Xiao Hua's slender fingers in disbelief. In his mind, he recalled the scene of Old San's sharp knife stabbing Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Liu Jie suddenly felt a huge pressure. Even his breathing became hurried. He did not know what the most powerful person he had ever met would ask him. What would he ask him? However, when Xiao Hua asked the first question, Liu Jie's mouth opened so wide that a large duck egg could be stuffed inside. How many meat buns can one copper coin buy? This was the question Xiao Hua asked Liu Jie. What? Liu Jie blinked his eyes. He could not believe his ears. He felt that Xiao Hua was afraid that he would be scared silly. Big brother. Liu Jie stuttered. I am not stupid. Xiao Hua was a little impatient. He asked again, how many meat buns can one copper coin buy? Don't tell me you have never bought one before. 3. Liu Jie saw Xiao Hua's serious face and knew that he was not joking. He hurriedly replied, although I don't eat it often, Little Yun likes it. I have bought it for her before. Thinking of Little Yun, Liu Jie's eyes showed a trace of gentleness. He hurriedly looked towards the small house. And there, Little Yun had already collapsed on the doorstep. There was no more movement. Little Yun tilde Liu Jie hurriedly shouted. She is fine. She just fainted. Xiao Hua reached out his hand and took out the hanging copper coins. He took 3 of them and threw the rest in front of Liu Jie. He said, take these to treat your sister. Thank you, big brother. Liu Jie was really ecstatic. Wasn't it because he did not have money that the doctor did not come? With these copper coins, Little Yun's illness should not be a problem anymore. In the future, don't steal money anymore. Xiao Hua sighed again. Although you were forced, but there are many things in this world that can make money. There is no need to let yourself be humiliated. Yes, I understand. Liu Jie's body was in pain. However, the pain in his heart was worse than the pain in his body. He felt that he was not worthy to be a human. These 2 people. Have they killed anyone before? Xiao Hua turned his head. It seemed that he was about to leave. He asked indifferently. They. Of course they have killed. Liu Jie gritted his teeth and said, if Big Brother did not come today, little Yoon and I would not be able to live. Millimeter. Xiao Hua nodded. He slowly walked to the side of the two unconscious men. With a point of his hand, 2 threads of samadhi true fire floated out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men's bodies were burned. Then, without stopping, he turned around and left. Although Liu Jie was stubborn and his heart could be considered good, he still did not like this child who was a thief. However, just as he was about to leave the courtyard, Xiao Hua did not forget to take out a lot of rice from the space and put it behind the door. This was enough to let the 2 people live for several months. If Liu Jie had the heart, he should be able to take advantage of these few months to find a suitable livelihood. Big Brother. Just as Xiao Hua stepped out of the courtyard, the youth's slightly hoarse voice sounded, this little one's name is Liu Yi. You must remember, from today onwards, this little one will no longer do anything that owes his conscience. If I go against my words, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Millimeter, take care of yourself. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Today's matter was just a matter of convenience. The people of the secular world. In his eyes now, they were really somewhat comparable to ants. Admittedly, he was unable to use the magic of the Daoist sect, unable to use the flying sword of the Confucian cultivator, but his body was tougher than any weapon in the world. This boundless strength was probably not something that the people of the secular world could imagine, right? In fact, if it was in the past, or 100 years ago, Xiao Hua would have done more than this. He would have stretched out his hand to check on Xiao Yun's condition, or treat Liu Yi's injuries. However, today, in Xiao Hua's view, these copper coins were enough to replace these things. Perhaps this was Xiao Hua's gradually deepening cultivation, a kind of progress towards the master realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Hua knew that if he stayed here for a while longer, that Daoist Master Xiao would really starve. Xiao Hua used 3 copper coins and the appearance of the shabby Daoist robe to buy 10 meat buns from the bun shop's lady boss. Looking at the situation under the big tree, it was simply too far from what he had imagined. Daoist Master Xiao and Yuanya not only did not panic from hunger, but also, their faces were flushed, very moist. In this world, you can really leave anyone. Xiao Hua touched his nose, looking at the oil bag in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. I was afraid that they would starve, so I thought of a way to exchange copper coins and then went to buy meat buns. But now it seems that even if I don't buy meat buns, they won't starve. Before Xiao Hua left, in front of Daoist Master Xiao's empty table, there was a small and exquisite palanquin. The person inside the palanquin didn't come out, but that palanquin was right next to Daoist Master Xiao's table. A very quick-witted little girl was standing next to the palanquin, saying something to Yuanya. Daoist Master Xiao was lying on the table, holding the bamboo tube with the skewers in his hand. Looking at his flushed face and excited expression, although Xiao Hua didn't listen carefully, he knew that he must be saying Red Luan Star's move again. Sure enough, without waiting for Xiao Hua to get close to Daoist Master Xiao's extremely bewitching voice came. Miss, this old Daoist is not boasting. Your fate is really too good. Moreover, many opportunities are right in front of you. Of course, it's precisely because there are so many opportunities that if you don't grab hold of them as your last destined marriage, you might regret it for the rest of your life. If you remember today, and remember what this old man said just now, you'll blame this old man even more for not giving you directions, for not enlightening you of these mazes. Daoist Master, since it's like this, why don't you enlighten me? A clear and indifferent voice sounded. This little girl was able to meet Daoist Master Xiao here. According to Daoist Master Xiao, isn't this also a kind of fate? Yes, this old man came here to experience the world of mortals, to enlighten the world's infatuated men and women, to prevent them from regretting it for the rest of their life. Daoist Master Xiao said righteously, however, this is a heavenly secret. If this old man were to easily reveal it, I would be punished by the heavens. Ian, please speak, this little girl understands. The girl smiled again and said, Qing Huan, give Daoist Master Xiao some incense money. -11. Chapter 31:48. Miss Tilda, the servant girl who was talking to Yuanya, immediately became unhappy. Didn't we just go to Xiao Jin Temple a few days ago? The master said. Qing Huan. The woman lightly scolded. I didn't ask you to speak. Why are you saying so much? Yes, miss. The servant girl helplessly took out a few copper coins from the pouch at her waist and shook the empty pouch. Miss, there are only a few copper coins left. Daoist. The woman's voice came from the palanquin again. I'm very sorry, there are only a few left. No. Tilda. Daoist Xiao waved his hand and said, this old man's words are not to ask miss for money. Besides, even if miss wants to give, you have to wait for this old man to finish speaking. Miss needs to see if this old man's words are pleasing to her ears before deciding whether or not. If I ask you to take it, then take it. Qing Huan was unhappy. It seemed that when she talked to Yuanya wasn't too enthusiastic. Following which, Qing Huan threw the few copper coins on the table. Pa, seeing the few copper coins fall, one of them rolled on the table and actually fell to the ground. Daoist Xiao was very embarrassed. He wanted to take it, but he didn't want to squat down. Hehe, Daoist Xiao, your steamed buns are here. Xiao Hua just happened to walk closer with a smile. He bent down to pick up the copper coins and put them on the table together with the oil bag. Daoist Xiao smelled the fragrance of the steamed buns and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although it was very hidden, the squirming in his throat couldn't be hidden from Qing Huan, who was nearby. The girl couldn't help but curl her lips. Hehe, Daoist Xiao, this little girl won't delay your meal. The voice in the palanquin sounded again. This little girl didn't bring enough money today, so these copper coins can be considered as a deposit. When you have time, you can come to Zhendong's Hao family. This little girl will listen to Daoist Xiao's guidance again. After saying that, she ordered, Qing Huan, call the sedan bearers to move the palanquin. Tilda. Yes, miss. Qing Huan answered and hurriedly called the 4 strong men who were sitting under the shade of a tree to lift the palanquin and hurriedly left. Tilda. Daoist Xiao glanced at Xiao Hua and said angrily, you don't come back earlier or later, always interrupting at the most crucial moment. However, while he was complaining, Daoist Master Xiao had already put the copper coins into his cloth bag. He even took out a meat bun from his oil bag and took a big bite out of it. Seeing Daoist Xiao eat the meat bun, Yuan Ye also took out his leftover meat bun and hesitantly handed it to Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua smile and shake his head, Yuan Ye didn't say anything else and carefully ate it bite by bite. The 10 meat buns were quickly devoured by Daoist Priest Xiao, and Yuan Ye's bun was still in its last bite. Daoist Xiao was embarrassed. He burped and let out a long sigh. He took out a copper coin and threw it to Yuan Ye. Ye, go buy some buns. Then, I'll make some tea for Master. Yes, Master. Yuan Ye replied almost invariably. He quickly took the copper coin and walked away. Where did you get the copper coins? Daoist Xiao looked at Xiao Hua and burped again. I thought you left. Where can I go? Xiao Hua laughed. I still want to follow Daoist Master to broaden my horizons. Where did you get the copper coins from? Seeing Xiao Hua avoid answering, Daoist Xiao continued to ask. He didn't believe that Xiao Hua got these 10 meat buns on credit. Even if I stole them, didn't Daoist Xiao still eat them? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Did you really steal them? Daoist Xiao's face changed, and his tone became cold. Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't think that his joke would make Daoist Xiao have such a big reaction. He then laughed and said, do you think I'm that kind of person? I can't see through people's hearts. I don't know what kind of person you are. Who knew that Daoist Xiao's words would make Xiao Hua even more shocked? Even if many people seem to be honest on the surface and do things in the name of justice, who knows if they're right or wrong? I used to say that I can see through people's hearts, but even if I can see through them, what can I do? Just like that, Hao family's young miss. She clearly wanted to let her sedan bearers rest for a while and avoid the scorching sun. At the same time, she saw that no one came to my table, so she pretended to read my fortune and wanted to give me a few copper coins. Do you think she'll believe this old man's nonsense? Even if you didn't come back, she would find an excuse to leave. She wouldn't let me finish my words. Because of the words she said before she left, if I have any urgent matters and really don't have enough to feed, I can always go to the Hao family to ask her for help. However, even if I can see through her heart, how can I not say those words? How can I not take the copper coins she gave me? This world is full of helplessness. Repent and be saved. Daoist Xiao's words caused Xiao Hua's heart to fiercely jump. He didn't expect that after he left for a while, Daoist Xiao would have such feelings. Moreover, listening to Daoist Xiao's words, he really is a person with a story. Unfortunately, after Daoist Xiao finished speaking, he actually yawned and stretched. He said in a low voice, "Damn it, I fought too fiercely with the bald donkey from Xiaojin Temple yesterday. I didn't even sleep well." After he finished speaking, he actually laid down on the table. After a while, he started snoring again. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and walked to the side of the big tree. He leaned against the big tree and also lazily watched Yuan Ye walk back step by step and eat the meat buns in small bites. As if it was Yuan Ye's habit, when he ate the last meat bun, he very firmly stopped. He carefully wrapped the bun in oil and put it into his bosom. Then he walked in front of Xiao Hua and bit his lips, his gaze firmly fixed on Xiao Hua. "Oh, what's wrong? Yuan Ye?" Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. He smiled and said, "Have you taken a fancy to Qing Huan? You want me to ask Daoist Xiao for you? Why didn't you leave?" Yuan Ye was not amused by Xiao Hua's words and indifferently asked. Xiao Hua strangely said, "Why should I leave? This hidden immortal continent is so big, isn't it the same wherever I go? Since it's the same everywhere, why shouldn't I stay here? You just left, I thought you left." Yuan Ye did not care how profound Xiao Hua's words were and still said, "I was a bit disappointed in my heart, I felt that I wouldn't be able to see you in the future." "Ah!" Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. Listening to Yuan Ye's words, it was almost a confession. "I somewhat regret that I didn't ask you when you were here." Yuan Ye did not care about the sudden goosebumps on Xiao Hua's body and continued, "Since you are back now, I must ask you." "What question?" Xiao Hua was very surprised. He really did not think that Yuan Ye would ask him such a deep question. "What you said this morning, was it true?" Yuan Ye stared at Xiao Hua and asked word by word. "What did I say?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously. "That fist technique you used this morning, can you really teach me?" Yuan Ye was not discouraged by Xiao Hua's question and continued to ask. "This?" Xiao Hua was really stunned. What he said in the morning was obviously a joke. He had never taught this Big Dipper God fist to anyone, and he also did not think that Yuan Ye could learn it. Seeing Xiao Hua's hesitation, Yuan Ye became anxious. However, he was not like an ordinary person. He was able to discern Xiao Hua's true thoughts from his hesitation. Yuan Ye knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowed and said, "Master, please teach me the fist technique." "Master? Hihi, you get up first, Yuan Ye." Xiao Hua laughed and raised his hand. "Yes, master." Yuan Ye didn't kneel for a long time like ordinary people. He stood up obediently. "You have a master. I am not your master." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Moreover, I don't intend to accept you as my disciple." "Yes, master." Yuan Ye still said the same words. Xiao Hua shook his head and did not intend to correct this mistake. He only stared at Yuan Ye and asked, "If you want to learn this fist technique, you must tell me, why do you want to learn it?" "Why do I want to learn it?" Yuan Ye was stunned. He scratched his head and said, "If I learn this fist technique, I will be more powerful. Naturally, I want to learn it." "Why not?" Yuan Ye's answer was straightforward, leaving Xiao Hua speechless. Looking at Xiao Hua who was lying on the table, Xiao Hua really felt that this was Xiao Hua's arrangement. "How about this? Tell me about your life experience. Since you want to take me as your master, you should at least let me know about your origin, right?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "Yes, master." Yuan Ye respectfully said, "Disciple has no parents since childhood. Since I can remember, I have been living with a female wolf in the jungle." Yuan Ye's experience was very sad, but in Yuan Ye's words, it was very simple. In just a moment, Xiao Hua knew that Yuan Ye was born in hidden immortal continent's profound jade dark forest. Since childhood, he had been living with the wild beasts in the jungle and had never come into contact with humans. When he grew up, he became the king of the wolf pack after the death of the female wolf who had been with him for a long time. Later, due to some reason, he came out of the jungle and met a hunter. However, he did not live the life of an ordinary person. Because he was unruly, he was sold to the arena by the hunter. Yuan Ye had received training in the gladiator arena, and it was there that he had gotten his name. For his own survival, Yuan Ye fought in the arena for about 3 years. There were no undefeated generals in the gladiator arena. In a duel, Yuan Ye was seriously injured by his opponent and almost lost his life. At that time, he met Daoist Xiao and was brought out of the gladiator arena by Daoist Xiao. As for how the penniless Daoist Xiao persuaded the owner of the gladiator arena, Yuan Ye, who was unconscious at that time, did not know. Later, under Xiao Hua's care, Yuan Ye finally recovered. After that, he followed Xiao Hua and drifted in hidden immortal continent. A few years ago, Xiao Hua brought Yuan Ye to the Daoist temple in Immortal Town. He suddenly had an idea and decided to stay in the Daoist temple. -11. Chapter 3149. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing Yuan Ye's explanation, Xiao Hua finally understood why Yuan Ye was sometimes very kind and sometimes extremely vigilant. But then he felt a little strange. Yuan Ye only said that he came out of the forest, but why did he come out, or what happened to him, he didn't say. Master. After talking about his experience, Yuan Ye asked again, "Are you willing to teach me fist techniques? Tell me the truth." Xiao Hua answered Yuan Ye without any trace of politeness. For children like him who grew up in the forest, straightforwardness was their favorite method. "You don't deserve to be my disciple. I have never thought of accepting a disciple. Moreover, your current master is Daoist Xiao. If you leave Daoist Xiao and become my disciple, that is a great crime of deceiving one's master." This. Yuan Ye scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "Master said that I don't deserve to be your disciple. I still somewhat understand. But why do I have to commit a great crime when Master teaches me fist techniques? Moreover, I don't intend to leave Master." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "This, you don't understand. When you have time, ask Daoist Xiao. As long as he agrees, this old man can consider teaching you a few moves." Okay. Yuan Ye was quite obedient, nodding obediently. He stood beside Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Master often scolded me for being brainless. But I am not angry. I know that I don't know much. I am working hard to cultivate according to Master's wishes. But I really don't understand what you are talking about." Just like yesterday, Steward Lu had invited his master, but when the bald donkey from Xiaojin Temple went, Steward Lu welcomed him with a smile and said that he couldn't go to Xiaojin Temple to pray, so he asked his master to go. Master was also the same. He obviously hated those bald donkeys, but he still had a smile on his face. He waited until the ceremony was over, and when he came out of Minister Lu's house, he became hostile. At this point, Yuan Ye actually looked at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua's face didn't show any impatience, he said, "Although I could beat 5 bald donkeys, 10 of them went to Xiaojin Temple at once. I couldn't beat them, so I could only run away." The copper coins that Master got from Minister Lu were all snatched away by those bald donkeys. In the end, all that was left was the copper coins I had. Those copper coins were meant to be used to buy meat buns today, but Master took those copper coins to drink wine. I don't understand. Also, many people warmly invite Master to their homes when they see him, but Master basically doesn't go. I remember one time when I went there, their faces were cold and they were saying strange things. "But what about when I'm about to leave?" Then they said, "Sit down a little longer," and I obeyed and sat down, and they were displeased again. I don't understand what they want me to do. Or do you not want me to go? Do you want me to leave? Or do you not want me to leave? So, although I'm very happy to follow Master, the things that I encounter every day make me very annoyed. This made me miss the days in the forest, and even the dangerous gladiator arena. In those places, I don't need to think so much, I only need to think about how to survive and how to find food. Looking at this extremely simple youth, ripples appeared in Xiao Hua's heart. Yes, whether it's a person of the secular world or a cultivator, they all seem to wear an inexplicable mask on their faces, hiding their true intentions under the mask, letting others see the gentleness and etiquette that others want to see. And when these manners and gentleness are torn apart, it's bloody man-eating. Even I can't deal with the various forms of the human world and the ways of the world, let alone this Yuan Ya who has never lived a normal life in the human world. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua felt even more pity for Yuan Ya, secretly thinking, yes, in Yuan Ya's eyes, there is only survival and becoming stronger is for survival. When he saw the Big Dipper God fist, he knew that this was a path that would make him stronger, so he immediately wanted to leave, wanting to live a better life. His way of thinking is very simple, he doesn't have any distracting thoughts like a sect or a master. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Changbai sects by Fei he met in the past, that cultivator who seems to be somewhat despicable, disregarding the outcome of the battle, only putting his own interests at the forefront. Isn't Bai Fei's actions somewhat similar to Yuan Ya's? It can even be said that they are essentially the same. It's all for survival. Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. I wonder how Bai Fei, Shi Wuming, Meng Tian, and Ruo Daohong are doing now? Did they go to that place? Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Since Bai Fei could enter the Changbai sect and cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, why can't Yuanya cultivate as well? Moreover, this Xiao was forced to have no place to hide in the Xiaoyu mainland, wasn't it because of the immortal music sect and the immortal ascension gate? A sect's strength is always greater than a single person. This Xiao can face two sects alone, it's better to lead a sect to face them. Xiaoyu mainland's fortune gate, after 100 years of development, did it survive? Or was it destroyed by others? What is Zhong Haoran's fate? Since Zhong Haoran can think of building a fortune gate on the Xiaoyu mainland, and he can also create the heavenly talisman sect, why can't this Xiao rebuild a fortune gate on the hidden immortal mainland? Xiao Hua's thoughts unconsciously soared. Moreover, in the three mainlands, there are many things to be done for Taoism. Isn't this the time for this Xiao to show off his skills? Also, this Xiao came from the Xiaoyu mainland to the three mainlands through the space meridian. Isn't this karma? Or this Xiao inexplicably came here because the heavens want to borrow this Xiao's hands to revitalize the Dao sect. With the three mainlands as a foundation, and a fortune gate with thousands of disciples, perhaps. Xiao Hua thought of Zhu Xia in disbelief. Can help Zhu Xia accomplish what she wants. Master. Just as Xiao Hua thought of Zhu Xia's beautiful face again, Yuan Ya annoyingly woke Xiao Hua up. Xiao Hua looked at Yuan Ya in annoyance and asked, What? Master, what are you thinking about? Yuan Ya was very curious. You have a very strange smile on your face. Oh. Strange smile, what do you mean? Xiao Hua didn't understand. It's the smile of a fox when it sees a chicken coop. Yuan Ya pointed out the little fox in Xiao Hua's heart without holding back. Go away. Xiao Hua waved his hand. What does a little child know? Master. Yuan Ya opened his mouth again. When did I let you call me master? Xiao Hua didn't agree again. Yuan Ya felt wronged and said in a low voice, You already agreed when I called you master just now. I didn't pay attention just now. Xiao Hua said indifferently, It's not that easy to call me master. First, you have to ask Daoist Xiao, he is your current master. You can only ask me after he agrees. Good. Yuan Ya was very excited when he heard Xiao Hua agree. He almost jumped up. I will wake master up now. Don't be anxious. It's not a matter of a moment. Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at the afternoon street. There weren't many people left, presumably the afternoon heat had made them stay in their houses. Even in the stalls and shops on the side of the street, whether it was the staff or the customers, they were all listless. I also want to know, what did Daoist Xiao teach you? Xiao Hua glanced at Daoist Xiao who was still sleeping on the table and asked. This. Yuan Ya hesitated when he heard this. When Xiao Hua saw this, he immediately smiled and said, "If it's not convenient to say, then don't say it." "No." Yuan Ya said with some distress, "I was thinking, what did Master teach me all these years? Why do I have to call him Master?" "Ah!" Xiao Hua was shocked. "Daoist Xiao didn't teach you anything? Master seems to have taught me a lot, but I have never seen anything like Master's martial art." Yuan Ya said with some distress, "He didn't even teach me anything that could increase my strength. This is also the reason why I want to learn from Master after seeing him display his martial arts." "So it's like this." Xiao Hua understood a little. Maybe Daoist Xiao saved Yuan Ya because he wanted to make him his guard. "Master, what else do you want to ask?" Yuan Ya looked at Xiao Hua very carefully. A beast's instinct told him that this person in front of him was not only safe, but could also make him stronger. He had to seize this opportunity. "Nothing." Xiao Hua looked at this young man who was not only simpler than cultivators, but also more simple than ordinary people. He really didn't know what he wanted to know. "Oh, right. What instrument did you play last night?" This Xiao heard. "You seem to have something on your mind." Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the instrument Yuan Ya played last night. "That instrument is called Zun. It was given to me by someone." It was rare for Yuan Ya to be a little embarrassed. His eyes, which had never changed, suddenly widened. It seemed that his mood had changed. "But this is my secret. If Master wants me to say it, then I can only tell Master." "Ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed when he heard this. He looked at Yuan Ya who was feeling uneasy because of the threat in his words and waved his hand. "Since it's your secret, it's fine if you don't tell this Xiao. And this Xiao is not your master." "Yes, Master." Yuan Ya was a little disappointed, but his answer was still the same. Xiao Hua actually wanted to ask about Daoist Xiao, but looking at Yuan Ya, even if Daoist Xiao had a story, he might not be able to tell, not to mention that Daoist Xiao wouldn't tell his own story to this wild child who didn't understand the ways of the world. Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't ask anymore. He closed his eyes and sat there, refining the earth crystal yarrow milk and recovering his cultivation. Yuan Ya waited for a long time. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, he didn't get angry. He also sat there like Xiao Hua, and closed his eyes. When he was very young, he already understood that if he wanted to catch prey, he had to be patient, and if he wanted to get something, he had to pay a price. He could ambush an antelope in the grass for 3 whole days. In order to learn the Fist of the North Star from Xiao Hua, he still had this bit of patience. -11. Chapter 3150. The scorching sun slowly moved over their heads, and the scorching heat had already subsided. As the streets resumed their liveliness, Daoist Xiao also woke up. Yuan Ya imitated Xiao Hua and closed his eyes for a while, but in the end, he couldn't endure it any longer. His eyes opened again, and he vigilantly looked around. Seeing Daoist Xiao stretch and sit up straight, he also hurriedly stood up and stood behind Daoist Xiao. Yuan Ya stood up, and Xiao Hua also stood up. However, looking at his lazy and somewhat clumsy appearance, where was the demeanor of an expert? For hours after noon, Daoist Xiao's table seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. Not only did 2 families bring their children to ask Daoist Xiao to name their children, but there were also 3 couples who secretly asked Daoist Xiao to give them advice on marriage and the so-called 8 characters of horoscope. Of course, the 8 characters of these 3 couples were all suitable in Daoist Xiao's mouth. Even if one pair didn't seem to be suitable, with 3 copper coins, Daoist Xiao used his great divine ability to change the heavenly secrets and make them suitable. Xiao Hua found it funny behind Daoist Xiao, but this had nothing to do with him. He only slightly narrowed his eyes and stood there. Seeing that the sun was already setting, Xiao Daoist's face was filled with joy under the orange sunlight. He had earned a lot of copper coins today, which was really out of his expectations. A faint melody came out of his mouth, which was a rare sight. "Ayo, is this fellow Daoist Xiao?" A slightly exaggerated voice came from not far behind him. "Did you sing this little tune of Liao Jiang?" Xiao Hua's lips curled up. He didn't need to look. Although this voice wasn't very familiar, it was familiar. It was Zen Master Ming Yu that he met in front of the general store. As Zen Master Ming Yu's voice entered his ears, Daoist Xiao's body clearly stiffened. Without waiting for him to speak, another faint voice came out. Amitabha, fellow Daoist Xiao, is this the kind of gaudy little tune passed down in your Daoist school? It's no wonder. Such a difficult song, even a talented person would not be able to master it easily. Even a senior monk of my Buddhist sect would not be able to understand it. Who would dare to be a disciple of your Daoist sect? Thinking about it, senior brother Ming Yu often lamented to this poor monk that Taoists aren't popular. This poor monk probably knows the reason now. Daoist Xiao's mouth was filled with bitterness. What else could he say? He had been careless and allowed the Buddhist monk to grab his braid. He turned his head to look at the three of them. Although they were smiling submissively and occasionally clasping their hands together to greet the villagers they met, the pride in their eyes and the brand-new monk robes made Xiao Daoist priest feel that it was a form of mockery. Oh, and this fellow immortal, I think we met before noon. Zen Master Ming Yu looked at Xiao Hua again and said with a smile, this poor monk sees that you are still young and inexperienced in the world. Don't be deceived by this Daoist. If you have time, I hope you can make a trip to my Xiaojin temple and see the brilliance of my Buddhist sect. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, where are you three fellow immortals trying to deceive the ignorant? How many men and women have you fished up from the sea of sin today? Daoist Master Xiao straightened up and retorted without backing down, looking at your physiques, they are indeed stronger than I. It's quite suitable for us to fish someone out from this sea of misery. Alas, my Daoist sect emphasizes being detached from the world. I sang a few songs to experience the suffering of the people, and also to improve my cultivation. Fellow immortals, it's said that the Buddhist sect emphasizes going ashore, treating the boundless mortal world as a sea of misery. You guys don't rest on the shore, but wander in the sea every day. How can you fish people out from the sea of misery? Could it be that you want to use silver to make boats? As for this fellow Daoist, he has long been a disciple of my Daoist sect. Even if you beat him to death, he won't go and learn any Buddhist doctrine. Xiao Hua heard Daoist Master Xiao's words and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, except for Zen Master Ming Yu, the two monks behind him were fat and big, looking like wine sacks and rice bags. If it weren't for the fact that the Buddhist sect's days were too comfortable, how could they be like this? Without waiting for Zen Master Ming Yu to speak, the other monk smiled faintly. Even if my Buddhist sect uses silver to make boats in the sea of misery, it's still because my Buddha sacrificed himself. It's 100 times better than your Daoist sect using copper coins to make boat. Even if my Buddhist sect has disciples fishing people out from the shore, it's still tens of thousands of people. It's 1,000 times better than your Daoist sect's 3 to 5 lone men. You. Daoist Master Xiao's soft spot was obviously poked by the three monks. After being at a loss for words, he coldly said, speaking of lotus flower tongue, I can't compare with the Buddhist sect that only relies on words to save people. However, my Daoist sect has always emphasized cultivation of Tao techniques. If you guys can do it, I don't even need to make a move. This good-for-nothing disciple of mine can also fight 1 against 3. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Hua, who was at the side, laughed in his heart. He really didn't expect that on the hidden immortal continent, the Daoist sect and the Buddhist sect would actually confront each other like this. Seeing the embarrassment on the faces of the three monks, Daoist Master Xiao was very proud of himself. He didn't know how many times he had fought with the monks of the small gold temple, so he was very clear about each other's strength. He clearly knew that other than Zen Master Ming Yu, the other two monks couldn't possibly be Yuan Ya's opponent. Furthermore, how could Zen Master Ming Yu fight him on the street? He couldn't win against them with words, so he could only use a challenge to suppress the three of them. Unexpectedly, the three monks suddenly laughed, as if they had seen something very interesting. They looked at each other, then Zen Master Ming Yu opened his mouth and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, is this a challenge from your Jiang Chao temple to my small gold temple? Oh! Daoist Master Xiao had a bad feeling. However, now that the matter had reached this point, There were already a few villagers of the longevity town standing on the side. How could he shrink back? Seeing Daoist Master Xiao nod his head, he stiffened his neck and said, "That's right, that's right. Does Small Gold Temple dare to accept my Jiang Chao Temple's challenge?" Of course Zen Master Ming Yu laughed as if he saw a little lamb falling into a trap. He replied, "This old monk will represent my Small Gold Temple to accept the challenge from Jiang Chao Temple. 3 days later, it will be in front of my Small Gold Temple's mountain gate. However, it doesn't need to be 1 against 3, it only needs to be 1 against 1. Why 3 days later? Why not in my Jiang Chao Temple?" Daoist Master Xiao hurriedly shouted. Since it is the Jiang Chao Temple that issued the challenge, the time and place naturally will be decided by my Small Gold Temple. This is the custom of the 3 continents. Could it be that Daoist Master Xiao doesn't know? Besides, does Daoist Master Xiao think that your Jiang Chao Temple has a place to show off your martial arts? Zen Master Ming Yu replied with some disdain. Fine. Daoist Master Xiao clenched his teeth, not knowing whether to agree or not. However, Xiao Hua looked at Daoist Master Xiao's slightly moving eyes and already somewhat understood what he was thinking. The Small Gold Temple knew of Yuan Ya's strength, yet it still didn't need to fight 1 against 3. Something must have changed in 3 days. Other than running away, what other good plan could Daoist Master Xiao have? Daoist Master Xiao, this old monk will spread this matter throughout Longevity Town. If the Jiang Chao Temple doesn't show up in 3 days, then Daoist Master Ming Yu's face. Whatever Xiao Hua could think of, Zen Master Ming Yu naturally had already thought of it. Right after Daoist Master Xiao opened his mouth, Zen Master Ming Yu immediately said, and his gaze swept across the surrounding villagers. Fine. Daoist Master Xiao's teeth were about to be bitten off. His face was full of bitterness, but he couldn't not agree in front of everyone. Also, Zen Master Ming Yu laughed again. Since it's a challenge, naturally there must be a reward. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Daoist Master Xiao's eyes brightened. His teeth suddenly didn't hurt anymore. He shouted, "How many copper coins?" "Not the copper coins you Taoists use to redeem people," Zen Master Ming Yu said with some disdain. "This time, my Buddhist sect and your Daoist sect will make a big bet. Whoever loses will have to leave Longevity Town." What? Daoist Master Xiao was shocked. He hurriedly clenched his teeth again, as if the teeth that had stopped hurting just now were starting to hurt again. There's actually such a grand event between Buddhism and Taoism? Just as Daoist Master Xiao was clenching his teeth again, and almost swallowing them into his stomach, a clear voice rang out from outside the crowd. 10 days later is the day of the decennial Immortal and Buddha ceremony between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhism, right? It's been a long time since my Longevity Academy and Small Gold Temple joined hands to discuss the friendship between Buddhism and Confucianism. Why don't we just move this challenge to 10 days later? How about my Longevity Academy also participate once? When Zen Master Ming Yu and the others heard this, joy appeared on their faces. They looked towards the source of the voice, put their palms together and said, "So it's Zhu Tanyu, this poor monk greets you. You're too polite, 3 great masters." Please Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. In the crowd, there was a middle-aged man wearing Confucian attire, wearing a Confucian headband, and holding a feather fan in his hand. He smiled and cupped his fists in return. The surrounding crowd also respectfully called out, "Greetings, Principal Zhu." Looking at this square face, sharp eyebrows, fine nose, and bright eyes Principal Zhu, Xiao Hua already understood that this Confucian cultivator should be the principal of Longevity Academy in Longevity Town. Behind this Confucian cultivator, there were several rows of scholars of various ages wearing the same Confucian attire. They lined up in a neat formation, and very elegantly walked over from outside the town. Presumably, Longevity Academy had something to do outside the town, and they were returning in the afternoon and were about to pass by here. Daoist Priest Xiao. That Principal Zhu slightly greeted Zen Master Ming Yu and the people beside him. He looked at Daoist Priest Xiao with a smile and said, "Although you and I have never met before, this little one has long heard of Daoist Priest's name. Now is a good opportunity. You won't stop my Longevity Academy from participating in this matter, right?" Hee hee. Daoist priest Xiao's face was a bit unnatural. He concealed his laughter and said, "This challenge was originally a matter between my Daoist sect and Buddhist sect. I also didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Small Gold Temple, but Zen Master Mingyu is pressing on step by step. I have no choice but to accept." Longevity Academy is a Confucian cultivator, and has nothing to do with Buddhist sect or Daoist sect. There's no need for them to get involved, right? Moreover, since the Immortal and Buddha ceremony is in 10 days, your Longevity Academy and Small Gold Temple can freely exchange pointers. Why are you pulling my Daoist sect in for no reason? Are Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators joining hands again? Hehe, Daoist priest Xiao is thinking too much. Principal Zhu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "The Immortal and Buddha ceremony that is held once every 10 years is merely a tradition of my hidden immortal continent and Western paradise. It is to celebrate that time in ancient times when the 3 continents joined hands. Now, who knows how many years have already passed, this Daoist sect has already lost many other Daoist sect. Why is Daoist priest thinking too much?" -11. Chapter 3151. There was a towering mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. This mountain range was very strange. There were no trees on the mountain range, nor were there any birds or beasts. There were only red rocks. The surface of the rocks emitted a faint light, and within the light, there were layers upon layers of talismans that slowly rotated. In the western sky, the blood-red sun shined on the red rocks, making them look like they were emitting a faint flame. Thousands of feet above the mountain range, there were also countless powerful formations and restrictions. There was no wind or clouds, and the central part of the sky was filled with a faint grayish-white color. Within the grayish-white color, there were layers upon layers of black clouds that were like mountain ranges. Looking from the outside, there were only bursts of lightning flashing in the gloomy black clouds. There were also faint sounds of thunder, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Even the flashing light was like a candle in the night, disappearing in a flash. At the end of the mountain range was the mouth of a valley that was hundreds of feet wide. The mouth of the valley was also like the top of the mountain range. There was a firm formation that firmly sealed the entrance, and not a single bird or beast could be seen. The powerful fluctuations from the formation spread out without any concealment. However, at this moment, there were thousands of cultivators 100 feet away from the entrance of the valley. They wore different clothes and held different magical treasures in their hands. They stretched from the ground all the way to the sky and completely surrounded the entrance of the valley. All of the cultivators had nervous expressions as they stared at the formation at the mouth of the valley without blinking. The treasures in their hands emitted different lights, as if they had all made ample preparations. As long as there were any abnormalities at the mouth of the valley, countless treasures would fly out and smash into the mouth of the valley. The inside of the valley was not as calm as the outside. The inside of the valley was much more spacious than the outside. It was likely several miles wide. The stone wall inside the valley was different from the stone wall outside the valley. Although it was also made of red rocks and had layers of restrictions, the restrictions here were 10 times finer than the ones outside the valley. Every single rune was covered in fine lines, and those fine lines created wind runes. The wind runes rushed into the runes, and once again, they emitted various colors of brilliance. However, this light was covered by a black and red color on the rocks. This black and red color covered the entire walls of the valley, and the thickness was different. Experienced cultivators would know that this black and red color was caused by the blood that had splashed on the walls. Looking into the depths of the valley, the walls of the valley seemed to have been washed by blood. It was a black and red color, and it was very strange. The valley seemed to have just gone through a fierce battle. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The air was rich with the yuan qi of heaven and earth. At this moment, it was extremely violent. From time to time, one could hear the sound of explosions. Small strong storms suddenly formed and rushed in all directions. Most of them hit the mountain rocks of the mountain range. On the crimson-red mountain rocks, talismans flashed and the storms disappeared without a trace. Even the black and red blood didn't fall. It was unknown how much blood had been spilled on the rocks, and how many years this blood had existed for. Not only that, but because of the battle, the space inside the valley had become extremely unstable. From time to time, spatial cracks would appear. Although these spatial cracks only appeared for a short period of time, they were very destructive. Occasionally, a spatial crack would hit the rocks, and the blood on the rocks would scatter. Then, the talismans on the rocks would collapse, revealing the red rock. Only when the spatial cracks disappeared did the talismans around the rocks slowly gather and restore the formation. At this time, there weren't many living people in the valley. There were only corpses lying on the ground. The corpses were also strange. Half of them were human corpses, and the other half were not very similar to humans. Some of these corpses were very tall, some were very black, some had wings on their backs, and some had legs on their heads. There were even all kinds of strange shapes of birds and beasts. These corpses had one thing in common, and that was that there were traces of black gas or blood-red light flashing faintly. These black gas and blood-red light were between the scattered pieces of the corpses. Some of them were like earthworms that wanted to gradually enter the rocks, and some were like small snakes that wanted to swim to other places. However, without exception, they were all caught by the flashing restrictions on the ground. Traces of lightning-like brilliance flashed, and they were gradually strangled to death. There weren't many living people in the valley, and they all had magic treasures in their hands. Their bodies flashed with various colors as they flew rapidly in the air. From time to time, they avoided the spatial cracks and extremely strong hurricanes as they flew into the depths of the valley. Everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance, and their faces were filled with extreme exhaustion. However, their divine senses were like a spider's web, sweeping around inch by inch. They didn't dare to miss a single spot. The deepest part of the valley was an area with a radius of 10,000 feet. This space of 10,000 feet was like a giant cocoon, filled with black and red mist. This mist rolled violently like a cocoon squirming. Inside the black and red mist, there were countless broken limbs moving up and down from time to time. There were even some wailing heads that suddenly appeared and let out a shrill cry. However, before this shrill cry could be heard, a layer of violent fluctuations appeared outside the black gas, blocking it. The core of the black and red mist wasn't inside the stone wall, nor was it on the ground. Instead, it was at the center of this 10,000 feet wide area. The core was no longer covered in mist, but rather extremely condensed. Drops of sticky blood mixed with the black flames slowly flowed in the center. The black flames surrounded a hole that was several hundred feet wide. Almost endless black gas and black flames flowed out from this hole. They couldn't rush into the valley in time, so they condensed at the core. Bursts of obscure and indescribable sobbing sounds came from this hole. Aside from the black gas and the sobbing sounds, the depths of the hole were filled with blood-red light. It was impossible to see what was inside at all. At this moment, at the edge of the hole, countless thunderous sounds came from the void, and endless lightning flashed. Waves of slow, unparalleled, and inhuman force came from the edge of the hole and squeezed inwards. Under this pressure, the hole began to shrink bit by bit. Looking at the black-red ball of chi that had shrunk to about 1,000 feet in size, there were over 200 cultivators dressed in different daoist robes standing in the air. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, and some had simple faces and some had ferocious appearances. However, without exception, these cultivators were even more tired than the cultivators flying in the outer valley. The light around many of them had dimmed, and the treasures in their hands were damaged. Many of them had lost an arm or a leg. Among these cultivators in daoist robes, there were more than a dozen young men in sword robes. They didn't have any treasures in their hands, but they stood straight as if they were treasures themselves. What was special was that strands of spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. There was a faint flash of light around them, and flying swords flew out from their bodies. The silhouettes of the flying swords flashed by and didn't linger for even a moment. Whether it was the cultivators in daoist robes or the swordsmen in sword robes, their expressions were filled with vigilance and pride. Although they were staring at the black gas, there was a sense of relief in their eyes. Although these 200 cultivators appeared to be standing in a disorderly manner, it was actually a very powerful formation. Slowly and rhythmically, the natural energies of heaven and earth rushed into the formation from all directions, evenly and in an orderly manner, falling into the left side of different cultivators. As the spiritual energy rushed in, the formation seemed to be breathing and flashed with a faint, golden light. A faint rooster shape appeared, but there were many flaws in this rooster shape. It was clear that there were cultivators in those places, but they were no longer there. About 10,000 feet above the hundreds of cultivators, there were several people standing under an oval-shaped canopy. The cultivator at the front looked to be around 30 years old. His face was simple and his forehead was bulging. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. The cultivator's gaze swept across the formation as if his gaze could pierce through the black and red fog. He smiled and said to the 40-year-old cultivator next to him, Vice Alliance leader Luo, the reason why the 3 cultivation countries were able to defeat the Devil Realm was all because of the Alliance leader's Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation. I thank the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal alliance on behalf of the 3 cultivation countries and the country of sword cultivators. Vice Alliance leader Luo, who was in his 40s, had a very dignified appearance. Even though he did not speak, there was an indescribable presence about him that was like the light of the rising sun. This presence was not some sort of Dharma power or divine ability, but it made people feel close to him at first glance, as if he was the only friend they had in their lives. Vice Alliance leader Luo's movements were even more elegant. When the cultivator finished speaking, he immediately bowed and said, Senior Xian Qing, you are the Alliance leader. You are too polite. Hearing this, Starry Sky panicked. Starry Sky had always believed that no matter if it was the 3 cultivation countries or the Pleiades Immortal Alliance, they were all part of my Daoist sect. Their inheritance originated from the ancient times. You and I are going to work together. No matter if it was the ancient Buddhist sect or the Confucian cultivators, or even the current Devil Realm, they will all be destroyed under the torrent of my orthodox Taoism. Haha, Vice Alliance leader Luo represents the Pleiades Immortal Alliance. Your ambition is really great. This 30-year-old cultivator was the alliance leader of the Morning Rain Continent's 3 cultivation countries, Daoist Xian Qing. After hearing Luo Xingtian's words, he smiled and said, I don't dare to think about these. I only want to be able to resist the invasion of the Devil Realm during my time as the alliance leader, protect the demon-resisting valley, and protect the 3 cultivation countries, as well as the country of Huan and other places. At this point, a hint of worry flashed across Daoist Xian Qing's smiling face. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. -11. Chapter 3152. How could Luo Xingtian not see it? He hurriedly smiled and said, Senior Xian Qing, we have already won the battle in the demon-resisting valley. The space meridian between the demon realm and the human realm has gradually closed under the power of the realm. Only the demon venerables of the demon realm have the power to resist such power, right? With their demon venerables' bodies, they can't pass through the space meridian between the 2 realms. The curtain of the war is about to fall irrevocably. Senior, what are you worried about? Sigh, Xingtian. Daoist Master Xian Qing looked around and seemed to be a little worried. He said through voice transmission, you have been in the 3 countries for less than 1,000 years. You didn't make it in time for the last battle in the demon-resisting valley, so you don't know. Last time, the 3 countries relied on the defense of the capital star formation to block the invasion of the demon realm. In the battle, 3 out of 60 people died. Among them, there were 2 void refinement realm cultivators, 17 spirit severing realm cultivators, and 44 nascent soul realm cultivators. Those below the nascent soul realm. Let's not talk about them. Yes, about this. Luo Xingtian hesitated and said through voice transmission, I have also heard that the capital star formation is a defensive formation. It is not as good as the Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation that I brought. But since the Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation is an offensive formation, sacrifices are inevitable. Oh, Deputy Leader Luo, you are wrong. Daoist Master Xian Qing shook his head and said, I am not talking about the problem of the offensive formation. The best defense is offense. I know this. And to be honest, if we still use the capital star formation this time, I am afraid that there will be more casualties. Hiss. Luo Xingtian took a breath of cold air and said anxiously, Senior, you mean, the space meridian here is getting more and more stable? It can become a space passage? The strength of the demons attacking this time has increased greatly? That's right. Daoist Master Xian Qing nodded. This is the problem that I found in the last 3 great battles. With that said, Daoist Master Xian Qing pointed at the big formation below him and explained, there are 365 top cultivators of the 3 countries and the Huan country in this Pleiades demon-devouring immortal formation. They are all nascent soul realm cultivators, spirit-severing realm cultivators, and void refinement realm cultivators. But now, 121 of them have died. It is twice as many as the last time. This can't help but alert me. If this continues to develop, after 1,000 years, won't these 300 cultivators be killed? Even if he could withstand it after 1,000 years, what about after 2,000 years? Do we still have enough cultivators to set up this array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really don't know. Senior, you're right. Luo Xingtian's expression changed as well. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. We have to plan ahead. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to travel from the Immortal Alliance to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Our Immortal Alliance has countless means, but none of them can pass through the innate restrictive formation of the Million Mountains. Even if we do pass through, more than half of them will die when we reach the world of soul cultivators. Less than 1 in 100 can follow me to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Alas, the method to build the transmission array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation has been lost, let alone such a long transmission distance. Immortal Xian Qing shook his head slightly and said, this is not realistic. When Luo Xingtian heard this, he smiled faintly and said, it's fine even if you don't have a teleportation array. Since Senior already knows about the changes in the space meridian, we should prepare as soon as possible. In fact, in Junior's opinion, the Imperial Demon Valley of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation is a solid barrier. Moreover, there are many restrictions in the space meridian. Ordinary demons, demon soldiers, and demon beasts can't enter. Those who exceed the strength of a demon commander can't enter either. Only demon generals, special demon soldiers, and demon commanders can pass through the space meridian. This is really beneficial for our human race. Senior, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of disaster it will be if hundreds of millions of demon beasts or demon soldiers rush into the Imperial Demon Valley, right? Hehe, although I haven't seen it, how can I not know after hearing what Deputy Leader Luo said? If that happens, the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation will rush in. We don't have to rely on the cultivators above the nascent soul stage to resist. Yes, after today, Lord Alliance Leader has to think carefully about how to mobilize these low-level disciples. Luo Xingtian didn't hide it and transmitted his voice. Although the great war of immortals and demons in the Imperial Demon Valley is very important, the leaders of the various sects didn't participate, and the low-level disciples of the various sects didn't participate. Even many cultivators don't particularly understand the great war of immortals and demons. Except for the dozens of days of the great war of immortals and demons, the various sects didn't mention this matter. This is not good for the future war situation. Indeed. Daoist Master Xian Qing nodded. With the experience of defeating the Immortal Alliance, the 3 kingdoms of cultivation will definitely. Ayo, not good. Just as Daoist Master Xian Qing was speaking, the black-red fog suddenly froze, and the obscure sound also stopped. Then, a red brilliance flashed out of the fog. Woo-woo. Ka. A spear-shaped demonic weapon that was over 10 feet long suddenly shot out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Moreover, the demonic spear was so sharp and so fast that it pierced through the air, causing the already unstable space to collapse inch by inch. The person closest to the demonic spear was a young female cultivator. That female cultivator obviously discovered it later than Daoist Master Xian Qing. When the demonic spear had rushed into the distance of 10 feet, she hurriedly rubbed her hands together, and a magic weapon like a jade hairpin rushed out. A blue wave emerged from the female cultivator's body, and the fine lines like scales protected the space of 10 feet around the female cultivator. However, before the demonic spear could hit this layer of protection, the collapsed space fluctuations had already rushed close. With a crisp ka sound, the scale-like ripples produced even finer cracks. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the jade hairpin was immediately broken under the impact of the demonic spear. The female cultivator's face changed greatly, and her figure flashed, wanting to teleport out. However, the space around her was shrouded by the demonic spear, so how could she teleport? Swoosh swoosh. A sharp sound rang out, and the female cultivator's protective magic weapon was broken. The flesh on her left arm instantly disappeared, and the demonic spear whistled past her. Alas, one force breaks 10,000 techniques. Daoist Master Xian Qing's heart relaxed when he saw that the female cultivator only had her left arm broken. He sighed and said, "Chang bisects Fairy Li Yu has escaped a disaster. Fairy Li Yu has already reached the early stage of void refinement." Luo Xingtian next to him said with a smile, "But the one who threw the demonic spear should have the cultivation of a devil monarch. This guy can't pass through the space meridian, so I'm afraid he will use the demonic spear to vent his anger. This is probably the last blow before the space meridian closes." Yes, it should be so. Daoist Master Xian Qing looked again. At this time, the entire great array was flashing with golden brilliance. Layers of protection appeared in front of the demonic spear out of thin air. Although these layers of protection were easily broken, they seemed to be continuous and slowly blocked the demonic spear in midair. Clang! 2 sword sounds rang out, and a huge red sword that was also 10 feet long appeared in midair. With a boom, it slashed the demonic spear. Waves of chi surged from the demonic spear, shaking the brilliance of the great golden array. In the middle of the demonic spear, traces of black chi flickered, and thousands of fine cracks appeared in the space. The demonic spear was actually cut into 3 pieces by the huge sword. Good Luo Xingtian clapped his hands and said, "Void Heaven Sword School's Jiang Zhujiang Spirit Sword is becoming more and more fierce. Such a good demonic spear, it's a waste." A void refinement cultivator next to him looked at the huge sword that had transformed into a human and waved his hand. The demonic spear that had been cut into 3 pieces fell into his hand, and he said coldly, "He, Daoist brother Jifeng." Luo Xingtian laughed and said, "You are now the deputy union leader of the Immortal Alliance, not Jifeng Zi of the Magnificent Spirit Sect. The difference between Dao and sword can't be revealed casually. Deputy Union Leader, I won't decline your guidance." Jifeng Zi said faintly and then bowed. "Lord Union Leader, this junior will take this subordinate to look around. Now that the demonic path in the Imperial Devil Valley is about to be closed, there might be a lot of fish that escaped the net hiding in the Imperial Devil Valley. Go." Daoist Master Xian Qing waved his hand with a smile. "This matter is more important. If the demons sneak into the 3 countries of cultivation, wouldn't our Imperial Devil Valley have fought in vain?" Jifeng Zi left, and Luo Xingtian accompanied Daoist Master Xian Qing to look at the demonic chi inside the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation that was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that the war had already ended, but to their surprise, the real story had just begun. Somewhere in the Imperial Devil Valley, a Daoist with white hair and a youthful face was wearing a Daoist robe. He was holding a Rui scepter in his hand and was standing quietly in midair. There was a faint light in his eyes as he looked at the black and red fog around him. The fog was already a little messy, and it was obvious that there had been a fight just now. Although the Taoist master wanted to stand upright in the air, he couldn't help but stoop a little. His white hair was a little messy, and his face, which was supposed to be as rosy as a baby's, was no longer clean. Instead, it looked a little flushed. The expression in the Daoist's eyes was a little inconsistent with his quiet figure. There were traces of anger, indignation, and even more fear. If one looked closely, although this Daoist was standing calmly in the air, his body was trembling uncontrollably. However, it was also covered by his wide daoist robe, so it was not obvious. However, his hand that was holding the Rui scepter tightly and the veins on his forehead were gradually showing, and his emotions were exposed. The daoist's eyes turned sharply, and his divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Then, he raised his snow-white eyebrows, raised the Rui scepter, and said coldly, "Come out, this poor daoist has already seen you." However, after this daoist said a few words, the black and red fog was silent, and there was no movement at all. The daoist did not say anything more. He waved the Rui scepter, and instantly, all the chi of heaven and earth around the Rui scepter gathered, and the chi of heaven and earth within a few 100 feet was sucked dry. A shadow that was a few times bigger than the Rui scepter gradually formed in the air. When the shadow solidified, the daoist waved gently, and the shadow flew out silently. The daoist even said, "The people of the mortal realm have always done things openly. Since you did not come out, don't blame me for being impolite." -11. Chapter 3153. Just as the daoist finished his sentence, the Rui scepter's phantom plunged into the black-red fog. A huge hole appeared in the fog due to the Rui scepter's phantom. Following that, an earth-shaking rumble sounded from the fog, sweeping away the black-red fog. At the end of the fog was an extremely burly man leaning against a mountain rock. He was 20 feet tall and emitted a pitch-black fog. The fog wrapped around the burly man, and in the black fog, some scarlet flames were emitted from the burly man's body. They entangled with the black fog, forming an armor similar to the black-red fog. The burly man looked similar to a human, but if one looked carefully, the edges of the burly man's body were formed from slightly retracting black fog. It isolated his true body from the heaven and earth spiritual energies of Demon Resistance Valley. There was also the burly man's face that was as black as charcoal. His scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust. All of this meant that the burly man was not the person from the human world that the daoist had mentioned in the sky. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. The burly man laughed loudly. Before he could finish laughing, he coughed and held his chest with his hand. He panted rapidly, as though he had suffered serious internal injuries. As he panted, sparks mixed with wisps of black fog rushed out of his mouth and nose. Upon closer inspection, the burly man's armor had indeed cracked in many places. However, it was obscured by the thick black fog. And at his waist, there was a hole the size of a skull. Black blood was flowing out, and there were also sparks in the black blood. Ha ha ha, people from the human world are only SOSO. Daoist you. Who are you? Why did you only chase after me? The burly man didn't seem to be hurt by the Rui scepter's shadow. He jumped out of the black and red fog shakily and flew in the air with his body tilted. He said with a grin, but his words were very unfamiliar. He almost spat out each word awkwardly. The rules of my human world state that we have to report our names in front of 2 armies. How can we be like your fiend world, fighting as soon as we arrive? If you had an ambushed eye and injured eye, how could I have chased after you alone? The daoist priest seemed to be a little impatient. After saying that, he waved the Rui scepter and shouted, "Both sides are grim fiends. It doesn't matter who I kill. Why bother asking for the reason? I am Reverend Zun Le of the Changbai sect. Which devil of the devil realm are you?" As the Rui scepter moved, it stirred up countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy in the air. An inexplicable trajectory appeared in the daoist's hand as he waved the Rui scepter. The trajectory streaked across the space, tearing it apart. A half-acre Rui scepter phantom appeared once again, but this time, it was even more powerful. It actually stirred up even more heaven and earth origin energy. It was like a kind of spirit tide, surging and surging towards the people of the demon world. Hehe, just in time. This venerable is the fiend world's fiend General Kai Ku. It's precisely because I want to experience the methods of your mortal world's expert. As the burly man spoke, the black aura around him surged. His entire body seemed to expand, gradually growing to about 10 feet. Hee. A strange sound came from Kai Ku's mouth. His devil chi stretched out like tentacles, and he waved his hand with difficulty. A pitch-black devil blade flashed in his hand. With a light wave, the blade trembled slightly, and countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. There was also another strange mark on the tip of the devil blade. This Kai-Ku actually wanted to use a devil blade to fight against a half-acre spirit tide. Hiss. Reverend Zun Le sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed with a fanatical light, and the flush on his face became even more intense. However, just as the Rui scepter in his hand was about to burst forth with brilliance, he frowned slightly. His body suddenly became illusory. From behind him, a sharp black light flashed, and a crack appeared in the space where he was standing just now. This long crack flashed with a black and white brilliance. It was several feet long, and the brilliance of this crack rapidly closed, gradually disappearing. When Reverend Zun Le's figure flashed again about 10 feet in front of him, a strange hoarse voice sounded, "Hey, you really are a famous expert in the human world. Just now, there was a fool who called herself Nishan who died under my eroding ruler. You actually managed to dodge it." Daoist Master Zun Le looked over angrily. Behind where he had been standing, there was another slender figure. The figure's face was blurry, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The figure was holding something similar to a tree branch in its hand, and it was saying strange things with a smug look on its face. Although that person's tone was not small, looking at his red close-fitting armor, which was also tattered, and traces of dark red devil chi were constantly seeping out. Presumably, his injuries were not light. Ayo, something's not right. This neither male nor female demon glanced at his own devil weapon. Suddenly, he pointed at Reverend Zun Le in disbelief and shouted, You were clearly injured by me just now. How could you dodge it? How can your body be tougher than my devil realm's devil generals?" When Kai-Ku looked at Reverend Zun Le again, sure enough, Reverend Zun Le's hand was slightly covering a certain part of his Taoist robe. His body was also slightly trembling, as if he was really injured. "Kill!" Kai-Ku bellowed. Hundreds of strands of devil chi rushed out of his body, sealing off the area to the left of Daoist Master Zun Le. That devil cultivator shook his shoulder, and red devil fire soared into the sky, transforming into a devil body. Under the branch-like devil weapon, the area to the right of Daoist Master Zun Le was filled with ferocious flames. "Ha ha ha, even if you all come, what can you do?" Reverend Zun Le raised his head and laughed. Thousands of rays of light rushed out of his body. These rays of light were as small as silk, and they bloomed like bees. These rays of light intertwined together, like pythons winding around Reverend Zun Le's body. At this time, Reverend Zun Le's body also expanded, and a Dharma body of 10 feet in size gradually emerged. Roar! Like a dragon's roar, the rays of light around Reverend Zun Le's body turned into the shape of a dragon, and twisted towards the jade scepter in his hand, but at this time, a strange change occurred. Reverend Zun Le's body suddenly trembled, and the surging dragon let out a miserable roar, and quickly withdrew into Reverend Zun Le's body. "You!" Reverend Zun Le's face changed dramatically, and his fingers trembled, as if he wanted to take something. However, just as his finger moved, before he could touch the storage bag at his waist, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His body, which was dozens of feet tall, flashed rapidly. Clearly, he wanted to turn into a void and fly away. At this moment, a pitch-black spearhead, which was emitting black chi, flashed out from the void behind his back and pierced into his heart with lightning speed. Bang! Reverend Zun Le's body flashed with brilliance. Obviously, his protective chi was unable to block the spearhead. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dragon-shaped brilliance disappeared. Not only that, but the green brilliance on Reverend Zun Le's Daoist robe also flourished, and blocked the spearhead. But, the black chi on the spearhead was incomparably agile, like a spirit snake, and when it opened its mouth, it devoured the green brilliance completely. Therefore, the spearhead pierced deeply into Reverend Zun Le's back, as if it was piercing tofu. It pierced through Reverend Zun Le, and a small part of the spearhead came out from his chest. Reverend Zun Le staggered, and without turning his head, a huge shadow appeared on his jade scepter, and with a whoosh, it brushed behind him. Kakaka. An owl-like laughter sounded, and the spearhead on Reverend Zun Le's chest disappeared at the same time. A demon general, holding a long spear as thick as a bowl, appeared behind Reverend Zunle. This demon general's face was black, and his flesh was blurred. It was impossible to see his true face. Facing the shadow of Reverend Zunle's Rui, this demon general's face was full of astonishment. His figure retreated slightly, and his mouth spoke half-cooked words like "Kaiku, the people of the human world are indeed our food. What I saw before was a weak body, and it was tasteless for me to chew. This guy's body is somewhat interesting. Even after being stabbed by me, he still has such strength. I'm afraid that his muscles are strong, and his chewing is tasty." Reverend Zunle's Rui. Sure enough, it was only halfway through, and the brilliance suddenly dimmed, and the huge shadow gradually shrank back into the scepter. At this moment, Reverend Zunle did not bother to say anything. He gritted his teeth, and narrowed his eyes at the three demons who surrounded him in a triangle, and the light of revenge faintly appeared in his eyes. "Reverend Zunle, how is it? You've killed many disciples of my demon world, and now you know the taste of being killed. I remember that there's a saying in the human world, those who kill will be killed by others. Is it like this?" Kaiku coldly said, holding the demon saber in his hand. "You invaded my human world, killed my people, and ate my people. Killing you will be accumulating merit." Reverend Zunle's voice was getting weaker, but his spirit was rising. "Kaiku, why are you being so long-winded with him? Capture his nascent soul, and we'll share his blood essence." The time for the demon gate to close is coming. The last man to appear raised his spear and said impatiently, "Good." Kaiku smiled, and a long, blood-red tongue came out of his mouth, and licked the side of his mouth. With a whoosh, the thin and tall blood shadow, whose face could not be seen clearly, swung his hand, and a fishnet-like net, shining with blood-red brilliance and suffused with black gas, covered Reverend Zunle's head. Reverend Zunle's body gradually withered, and a five-colored brilliance appeared above his head. An infant's nascent soul, whose face was exactly the same as Reverend Zunle's, appeared above Reverend Zunle's head. Reverend Zunle's nascent soul was wearing an extremely exquisite armor, and there was also a small scepter in his hand. Seeing the nascent soul leave his body, Kaiku and the others unconsciously drooled. Go. The thin and tall blood shadow pointed his finger, and the black net fell towards the nascent soul. Reverend Zunle's nascent soul did not seem to panic, nor did it prepare to teleport away as the three demon generals thought. They only heard the nascent soul's sneer, revealing endless ridicule. -11. Chapter 3154. Seeing Daoist Master Zunle's nascent soul suddenly grow, it was as if someone had blown a lot of air into his stomach. "This is bad, this guy, how can he self-destruct his nascent soul?" Kaiku was shocked. There were too few self-destructing nascent souls. Who wouldn't want to escape if they could teleport? Kaiku cursed and turned to leave. The large man holding the spear also spat and cursed, "Bad luck, I didn't say I was going to capture your soul essence. If you explode your nascent soul, even your soul essence won't be able to escape, so how can you talk about reincarnation? You're harming others without benefiting yourself." As he spoke, he also wanted to leave. But just as the two were about to turn around, a faint golden light flashed from Daoist Master Zunle's nascent soul. The two unconsciously glanced. A dragon-shaped thing was held in Daoist Master Zunle's left hand. Long you. Both of them were shocked, and the same thought came to their minds. How can this thing fall into the hands of a human cultivator? That's right. The demon general, who was neither male nor female, yelled, "It's the dragon jade. If it wasn't for the dragon jade's dragon body, how would he have been able to block my attack? Quick, this thing is a gift from the heavens, it's our chance." Hearing this, how could Kaiku and the others shrink back? Although the self-destruction of nascent souls was a bit troublesome, it was impossible to take their lives. Kaiku shouted, "Daoist Una, I'll let you see my means." As he spoke, Kaiku's entire body instantly became thinner. A pitch-black flame emerged from his hand, and his body suddenly turned into a cloud of mist. Faster than the wind, he slapped down on Daoist Master Zunle's nascent soul. The man with the long spear didn't hesitate. He put away the spear in his hand and punched himself in the chest. The bloody face completely rushed out, as if spitting out a mouthful of blood, also sprinkled towards Daoist Master Zunla's nascent soul. Since Kai-He and Zunla could see it, the blood shadow, who was neither male nor female, could see it even more clearly. He was even closer. Although he was extremely regretful of his slip of the tongue, he waved his hand, and the black flames turned into a black net about 10 feet wide. He wanted to imprison Daoist Master Zunla's nascent soul before it exploded. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the Rui scepter in Daoist Zunla's nascent soul's hand. With a loud bang, the Rui scepter shattered into powder. The Yuan Qi that burst out from the powder was like a fuse, igniting Daoist Zunla's nascent soul. Ayo, it's too late. Without waiting for Kai Ku and the other two to think, Daoist Master Zunla's Yuanying flashed a few times before exploding with a bang. This was the self-destruction of a Yuanying. In an instant, it set off a boundless hurricane within the valley. The already unstable space, at this moment, Hualala. The window paper that was already riddled with holes was blown apart by the hurricane. Several huge holes were formed in the air nearby. If it was an ordinary Yuanying self-destruction, the power might not be so great. However, Daoist Master Zunla was not an ordinary Yuanying cultivator. He had the dragon jade in his hand. Not only was his body tougher than a demon general's, the amount of heaven and earth spirit chi his nascent soul could hold was several times that of an ordinary person. In particular, this nascent soul was as tough as the body. When it exploded, the power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary Yuanying. In addition, the 3 demon generals had set up a restriction around 10 feet around them. In this small space, the power of Daoist Master Zunla's nascent soul's self-destruction was too powerful. On the ground behind Daoist Master Zunla's nascent soul, a hole suddenly appeared and gradually tore open. Just as the hole appeared, a golden light flashed, and the dragon jade in Daoist Master Zunla's hand shot into the gradually expanding oval-shaped hole without anyone noticing. Under the effect of the power of space, the hole gradually shrank, and when it was only about 10 feet away, a naked, skinny man flew out from the hole and floated straight into the distance, then slowly fell down. Kai-He and the other 2 from the demon realm were greedy and wanted to take the initiative, but if they knew the common sense of the human realm, they would know that they had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Just as they saw that the situation was hopeless, they turned around and tried to hide in the void, but the strong energy storm and the swift and violent self-destruction had already caught up with them. They were already seriously injured and were at the end of their rope. The power of Daoist Master Zunla's self-destruction was more than 10 times that of an ordinary Yuanying. The moment they came into contact with this power, their armor collapsed, revealing their bodies. Just as they tried to resist, it was as if they were hit by an infinite hammer. They only lasted for a moment before they turned into a pool of flesh and blood. When the 3 bodies collapsed, a faint blood shadow flashed out and tried to escape again, but the hole that just formed mercilessly sucked 2 of the blood shadows in. 2 screams came out from the hole, and in the blink of an eye, there was no more sound. The last blood shadow looked at the hole not far away in panic, and quickly flew into the depths of the valley. Just as the blood shadow flew away, the hole that Daoist Master Zunla had torn open on the ground slowly closed and disappeared. However, Daoist Master Zunla's self-destruction was really powerful. In the void, after the hole closed, countless space bubbles expanded and expanded like bubbles. In just a few breaths, puff puff puff, several deep piercing sounds could be heard, and several space cracks were pierced through, and rays of light rushed into the void. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From 3 consecutive holes, a small marten rushed out and fell into the mountains. A small black dog appeared in the sky tens of thousands of miles away and also fell down. As for another hole, between 3 towering mountains, a sword embryo fell like a meteor. At the same time, far away in the sky, there was another hole that had been blasted open. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a small 4-tailed fox jumped out from the hole. The small fox looked around in surprise, as if it was lost. Just as the fox was about to turn around and jump into the hole again, an incomparably majestic aura came from the hole. The fox's eyes seemed to be filled with panic, and it didn't dare to jump into the hole again. It looked up and directly flew into the hole that had been created by the self-destruction of the spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The majestic aura quickly arrived at the edge of the hole. At this time, the hole had already shrunk to about a foot. A golden light swept out from the hole, and then with a sigh, a small silver-white wolf jumped out from the hole. It sniffed the air with its nose and directly flew into the hole. However, when the silver wolf flew out, the hole was extremely far away from the fox's previous location. Before the hole closed, another hole appeared beside it. Just as this hole appeared, a ray of light came from the other side of the hole, and a beautiful voice came from there. "Dyer, quick, there's a passage here. Hello, is there anyone home?" Then a childish voice came, and then a delicate little girl stuck her head out of the hole. After looking, she immediately shrank back. "Goddess, this place is very strange." "Oh? It seems like it's the human world." The little girl shrank back, and another woman flashing with 5-colored light appeared in front of the hole. The woman looked and shouted in ecstasy. "Human world? What human world?" The little girl called Dyer clearly didn't understand. "Quick, let's go." The woman called Empress waved her hand, and the same 5-colored radiance enveloped the little girl. The two of them rushed into the crack and landed in midair. "Let's hurry over while the crack in space hasn't closed yet." "Thank you, the merciful Holy Mother. You're really merciful. When I find it, I'll thank you again." A multicolored brilliance flashed across the sky, and the woman disappeared. The crack that had already closed suddenly swelled again for some unknown reason. However, it was only the last time that it swelled, and its position moved a few miles away. At the same time, a human figure in a black cloak flashed out of the space. This human figure only appeared on a corner of the cloak when the crack was squeezed together. This human figure didn't stop at all, and squeezed through with all his might. "Who?" With a soft sound, the crack disappeared. After the last black figure walked out of the crack, the holes in the void finally regained their calmness, gradually closing up one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, just as the last hole was about to close up, a faint shadow flashing with white holy light once again crawled out of the hole. Similarly, it was extremely surprised as it looked left and right. 2 winged figures appeared on its back, charging out of the hole diagonally. Just like the previous few groups of unfamiliar guests, it flew out of the hole that was about to close up. Not long after, the yuan qi of heaven and earth at the place where the nascent soul exploded became more and more chaotic, and the space became more and more unstable. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, but the original hole, along with Daoist Zunle, Kai He, and the others, had disappeared without a trace. No one knew that so many things had happened in the void in the time it took to finish a cup of tea's worth of tea's time. So many variables had come to this place. How many stories were there behind all these variables? After another incense's time, a dozen rays of light flew over from the distance. When they reached the sky, they stopped, revealing the true faces of these people. Most of them were like Daoist Zunle, disheveled, and many of them had injuries on their bodies. At the front was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He was dressed in a white robe, and although there were some bloodstains, they were smooth. The man scanned with his divine sense and frowned. He looked around and whispered, "This should be where the spiritual energy exploded just now. Judging from this aura, it seems to be Daoist Zunle's Sai." Beside him was a middle-aged Daoist who was dressed in the same robe as Daoist Zunle. He sighed and said sadly, reporting to the Swift Wind Alliance leader, "This is the aura of my sect's martial nephew Zunle." 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,